Hey everyone, Swordsman here. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Come on in, my dear friends. There's a chair and a drink waiting for you. Hopefully, some of you were a little responsible yesterday during St. Patrick's Day. And for those of you who aren't, or maybe some of you are still asleep at the moment, I hope this comes as a lesson to you as to why you should practice moderation. If you haven't learned that lesson, well, I can't help you. My job is to provide drinks, not really provide a doctor's recommendations. As for me, I didn't really touch much of anything. I thought about making an Irish coffee, but then I remembered that I don't have whiskey. The only whiskey that was in the house was the Crown Royal stuff. And you should know that I, Swordsman Studios VT, hate Crown Royal. Crown Royal whiskey is gross. It tastes like very sickly artificial flavors dumped into subpar whiskey. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't care for it. It can go to hell. So, Crown Royal, get out of here. I will say this much, though. I did have the notion to at least make corned beef hash. So, that was actually sort of an Irish kind of thing. Funny thing is that my dad was Irish on his side of the family. His mom's side of the family, he was also partly Italian. So, that's kind of like conflicting family issues. I mean, I don't know. I feel like the Irish and the Italians are always at ends with each other, but let's not get into that. Anyway, Since it's the day after, I know that a lot of people might have had too much fun and drank a little too much green beer at the time, or a lot of whiskey. Or both, if we're being honest. So, some of you might not have your ends together. And you know what? That's fine. We're all here for a good time, but maybe you should learn to pace yourselves, take it a little easy. I don't know if I stress this enough, but I actually hate getting drunk. It's not a very good feeling for me. In fact, it really is a sign where it's like, okay, yeah, I had enough. And truth be told, I don't really drink that often. Most people think because I make cocktails, that I heavily drink cocktails. And that couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, you want to know what I'm having right now? I'm having a cup of coffee with white chocolate mocha creamer. And that's all I really need to get me through the day. And no, I don't pour any tequila or vodka in it. Because 1, gross. 2, I don't know, I see drinking as more as a social event rather than something to be done often. I feel like people don't really pay attention to how much they're drinking, and that ends up making problems worse for them. You know how there's so many DUI checkpoints around? They might seem annoying to some people, but those could actually save lives. I remember very distinctly, every time I saw my dad with a beer in his hand, my first thought is oh God, please don't tell me he's had too many. Please don't let me die like this. If I see him when he's picking me up from school and he's got 3 cans of Bud Light on the ground, I'm like, alright, he should be okay to drive. And it's I'm just praying oh, please, baby Jesus, don't let me die like this. I do not want to be like this. And the funny thing is that I found out I didn't like drinking when I stupidly grabbed a Solo cup, thinking it was Coke. I took a sip, and I tasted something bitter. I spat it back out. And I found out that my dad put Jack Daniels in there. Jack Daniels is, that's pretty heavy stuff. I don't think I like Jack Daniels as much as he does, but, I do enjoy whiskey a little more now. And, I feel like every time I think back to that, I have random memories, when we were at Christmas, he ended up getting Fireball whiskey, those little tiny bottles of it. He took a swig of one, and then he breathed into me, and immediately my thought was your breath smells like cinnamon. And that somehow made him happy because he wanted the Fireball to be cinnamony. Nowadays, I don't know if I drink as much as some would think. I mostly just drink on a whim when, feel this would be a good time to unwind. But never once in my life have I ever got to drinking to so much to a point where I'm sprinting down the street naked, screaming obscenities like crazy. I really don't know why my mind went there. Probably because I've seen that happen more than once when I was in college. Anyways, if you want to know me, here's what you need to know. Soda, coffee, gamer subs, that's my crowd. Everything else is secondary. Although I did buy some Gatorade yesterday because I needed the electrolytes. It's starting to get a little warm now. Which is crazy because it was actually freezing cold today. And now it looks like it's just gonna go uphill from there, all the way into the 90s. And we're not even a quarter of the way through March. So this is gonna be a very fun spring. I hope all of you are comfortable where you are. I know that recently there was a tornado hitting a lot of places in the Midwest, and I hope all of you are safe, and I hope all of you were able to make it out without harm. I sincerely pray that the people whose houses were destroyed because of those tornadoes, that they recover rather quickly, because I can only imagine what it's like. One day, I was getting out of school, and I was about to head to one of my favorite restaurants to pick up some fries. That was usually my go-to. And I found out there was a fire. It happened so fast, I didn't even know how to react. And just like that, it was all gone. The very cheap booths, the cheap ceiling fans, the red checkered floors, the Pepsi fridge, all wiped out. Ever since then, it sort of diminished a lot of things, but it also taught me appreciate what you got. That's the lesson we need to learn. So, anyways, just to try and break up the mood a little bit here. Today we actually are trying out a different game today. I know today some of you are probably expecting a Mori, but today I decided to switch gears and turn on to Umineko. Mostly because I was on a bit of a Ryukishi 07 kick yesterday, after hearing about the news of Silent Hill F, which I'm super excited for. So Umineko, I don't really know too much about it, to be honest. I have seen, I think maybe one episode of the anime. And I think that was all I knew about that, because at that time, it was, I don't know, it's not so much that I was, it wasn't so much that I was tired of it. In fact, quite the opposite. Oh, Chroma Snare. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Crimson Sakura Lounge. Hope you enjoy your stay. So, Umineko. I'm doing good, thanks. Thank you for asking. Really happy to see you here. We were just explaining about how we felt about Umineko and all of Ryukishi's work, as we would say. So, I don't really know too much about Umineko, to be honest. This one was a little out of my wheelhouse, per se. I think it was mostly because I was still on a bit of a kick when I was on Toonami. I recently started watching Rurouni Kenshin, and I had just discovered some other anime at the time that not everyone was talking about. Hellsing, Full Metal Alchemist, Dreamland Wonderland. Fuck, I am really sad about Dreamland. I have still kicked myself in the ass so much about Dreamland Wonderland. Oh yeah, like Yu Yu Hakusho, like that's one of my favorite. I actually have a t-shirt, a Yu Yu Hakusho t-shirt in my closet, believe it or not. And I really enjoyed that show so much. Like, yeah, Toonami was definitely my childhood. It was Yu Yu Hakusho, Cowboy Bebop, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. I think Wolf's Rain was on there too, and a few others. Paranoia Agent. Yeah, Paranoia Agent. I remember Paranoia Agent being on Adult Swim at the time, and even to that, when I was watching it at an age when I was probably too young to watch it, I still had no idea what I was looking at. And man, I wish I could go back to that. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah. So yeah, I never tried to get into Umineko at the time, only because there was still a lot on my plate that I wanted to get through. And of course, you know, anyone who grew up trying to love anime and during like middle school and high school, it was a bit of a challenge. Some people saw you, they would see you on the computer with anime pictures, and immediately they think, oh, this guy likes porn. And that really, really drove a nail in my back, because that meant that I couldn't even enjoy it in public anymore. So everyone always belonged to their little cliques in schools, you know? You have the jocks, the cheerleaders, the popular kids, nerds, anime nerds, you name it. So, which one was I, you may ask? You guessed it. The quiet one, who never taught at all. But that is when I discovered how to draw books. And one of them was actually by Christopher Hart, which I still actually carry a couple of his books on me. And that's when I started to learn how to draw, albeit I wasn't very good at it. In fact, I don't think anyone really liked what I drew. I couldn't really blame them. But it definitely brought out my artistic side. Anime for sure definitely helped out with my artistic side. It helped me be a little more creative. It also made me realize there's a lot of genres of shows that I didn't even know existed. I've seen Undead Unlucky, Sakamoto Days, Dandadan, and a lot of weird stuff. And I can't help but smile when I watch that stuff. Yeah, it's crazy how you can get into something just when you're reading one of those books. Still carry quite a few of those books. I haven't read back at them in a long time. They just sort of sit there collecting dust. Yeah, they're just sitting there right behind my collection of One Piece girl figures, just sitting there collecting dust. I don't even think I've opened them in over a couple of years. I am so terrible at that, even though I pride myself as being a published author. And yet I can't be bothered to read any of the other books. I don't know why. I think the reason so many people don't like to read anymore is because of school. You remember back then where you were assigned a book like Lord of the Flies, Tale of Two Cities, Catcher in the Rye, of Mice and Men. You know, you You were asked to go there, read a chapter, write down your thoughts. Like, it just became busy work. That's what it was, busy work. And I think that's why so many people don't like to read, because schools never found a way to make it fun. And while I did read quite a few books, I'm going to be completely honest, I was one of the people in school who was guilty of picking up manga as my reading homework. The teacher didn't seem to mind it, so I still got a B in their class. Yeah, I lucked out. And not to be philosophical or anything, but do I want to go into the discussion that comic books are really the same as regular books? No. That is a topic for another time, and I don't have that patience. And you know what? Now that I think about it, the fact that I stream mainly visual novels is probably me wanting to make reading a little more fun. Because, you know, I get to, like, not only do I get to read to everyone around here, I get to, like, act out a little bit. It's almost like I'm being my own one-man show. I'm taking all these roles, doing all these accents. I'm, like, throwing my voice out in anger, trying to make sound effects and all that. And it really makes me comfortable a little bit more. I don't know if I'll ever get to a point where Ryukishi will probably give me a sponsorship. I don't think I'm going to be that lucky in life. If it ever happens, though, I would definitely jump on it. I don't know if I will play Silent Hill F when it comes out. Not only is my computer so poorly optimized that it struggles to run even the simplest of programs, I was never one to always follow the crowd of games that are just sort of catching like a really big burst of interest. I think that's mostly why I dip out of streams of very popular games, because, you know, I want to enjoy those on my time, for sure. But I think just by watching them, it sort of ruins any sort of fun I would have with it. So, believe me when I say it's not you streamers, it's me. Well, mostly the games, but it's me. We'll say it's me, just so that we can avoid hurting anyone's feelings. Moving on. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds seems like a fun game, but I kind of want to just sort of... I want to wait a little bit for the hype to die down so that I can enjoy it on my own time. The funny thing about Monster Hunter games is that ever since I got Monster Hunter Worlds, I feel like I'm just sort of a third wheel, because the more higher ranking hunters seem to beat me to the punch way before I can even get a chance. And it's almost like, do I even need to be here? You guys seem to have it covered. And I think that's why I don't really like to do competitive online games. I can see the appeal of it. Like, I watch Machina Xfleon play a lot of competitive Street Fighter 6, which, by the way, I caught his little tourney with his team. It was pretty fun. I think when you make video games into a competition, it's less about having fun and more about wanting to just be... I don't know about being a champion, but more like you want bragging rights. You want to show everyone, like, yeah, I did this. I'm a pretty fun gamer. I can pretty much carry my entire team. You know? So if you want to be the best, get on my coattails. And I think that's why I avoided playing games like Overwatch 2 and Apex Legends. As much as I would really like to play those games a lot, I feel like I would have more fun if I had friends playing with me. Because, you know, I like to spread the suffering as much as I can. Misery loves company, and company loves misery. It's a never-ending cycle. There's no escape. Are we back? 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 I think we're back. Let me... Oh, okay, thank God. Okay, that is the second time that has happened to me this week. I have no idea why OBS decided to kill the mood, per se. Well, that's just streaming for you folks. Yeah, well, there you have it. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about most of the time. Now I forgot what I was talking about. What was it? Esports games. Yeah, esports games. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a mess, but I would much rather deal with this than stream elements for sure. I remember... Wait, speaking of which, what happened to my stream elements alerts? Why aren't those available? Wait, is it because... Wait, did the... Is it because the stream key died down on me? Like, why? What does that have to do with anything? You know, to say that I am mostly just stumbling and falling would be an understatement. So, for those of you who are wondering, I still have no idea what the hell I'm doing when it comes to streaming. I'm just sort of throwing wrenches into the abyss until something works. I sort of have to be my own tech support when things like this happen. You know, I did already buy the answers arc. I did buy the questions arc. But I'm wondering if I should buy the answers arc of Umineko now, since the sale is still on. Or maybe I should wait until I get through it. As far as I know, there's a lot of content into these, despite there being two arcs. Two arcs in a Umineko Golden Fantasia. Wait. They turned Umineko into a fighting game. Well, now I have options. I really don't know how they thought that was a good idea. It might be worth a try, though. I might give it a try just for shits and giggles. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So I don't play esports titles for a couple of reasons. One, I'm not that over angsty teenager from high school who is just hopped up on emo thoughts and energy drinks. And two, well, I don't know if I have the patience to even become competitive. I know Zentreya is pretty good at Apex. Shoto, he used to play Valorant a lot. With me, though, I don't really even know. Maybe I would participate on it if I was part of a collab, or maybe even some sort of a tournament. Other than that, though, I really don't have any motivation to want to go into esports titles right away. I think that's why I keep it pretty... I always follow the anagrams like KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. My visual novels, retro games, indie titles, stuff on itch.io. Although I have been cautious of what I play from itch.io. Some of them might not be stream friendly per se. That's why I usually like to ask someone first before I go into that. Yeah, just play what you enjoy. That's basically what you should do. I do want to consider doing hand cam streams. That's something I have considered. I was thinking of maybe doing stuff like, bartending tutorials, as well as building, Lego blocks, or maybe even gunplas, if there's any around. I've seen actually quite a few that I think might be worth it. But first I need to upgrade this piece of crap I'm working with. Why it hasn't blown up on me ever since I started streaming is beyond me. I think it's just too stubborn to die at this point. We'll see what happens later down the road, but, hopefully as soon as we get affiliate, maybe things will start picking up. Maybe they will, or maybe they won't. I have no idea. I'm just, experimenting just to see what works. Anyways, we're coming up to about an hour now, so we're gonna take a short intermission and get ourselves ready for Umineko. So, all of you, get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, get some chores done. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay. I'm back and I'm ready for more punishment. Let me just edit the category really bit. There was a lot of messes going on around the floors. And I guess I'm the only one who noticed because I had to be the one to mop up all those stains on the floor. I believe it's the questions arc I'm doing, right? Yeah, that's the one. There we go. There was like a whole lot of coffee stains, soup stains, juice stains, dog slobber, some stuff that looks unidentifiable actually, that someone neglected to clean up. And it seems like I'm the only one that actually notices or anything because I guess I'm the only one who does any chores. Oh well. Maybe this will help fill the gap in my soul. Let's get everything started. Almost forgot. I really need to start putting my phone on mute every time. Because apparently I'm a very popular guy and people just want to keep messaging me over and over and over again. You know, it's times like these that make me wish that I don't have a phone. Yeah, gotta keep this place clean. This is trying to run a classy establishment here. So, you know, you guys ever show up, make sure you're dressed on your Sunday best. Formal wear and all that. It's a hip crowd. Which, fittingly enough, is what Umineko is supposedly about. Usually in these kind of games, the rich upper class are usually seen as the antagonists. Here, it seems like the wealthy are considered the protagonists. Or at least a few of them, at least. I didn't do too much research on this series because I wanted to go in blind. I know that it involves magic, witchcraft, and inheritance of stuff. That's all I really know about. So, we're going to go in this completely blind. And we're going to see what this is all about. Huh. Apparently there's a mod for Umineko and Higurashi. I might look at that later. So, without further ado, this is Umineko When They Cry, the questions arc. This is my... I wouldn't call it a let's play. It's more of a read-along, I guess. Audiobook? I don't know. Shit, what would you call it? Why are you big? Why are you big? Why are you big? No big. Small. Small. Okay, even smaller. Okay, this is a little too small. Okay. Let me just turn it down real quick. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Ooh. The Witch Hunt. I didn't realize we were so close to the water. Also, let me know if the audio is too loud or too quiet. Am I too loud or too quiet? I can never tell if I'm too loud or not. I have a really weird microphone. Controls. Let's see, Slow, normal, miscellaneous, Auto mode, okay, yep, Are those supposed to be seagulls, or are those like, you know those birds in Finding Nemo where they're just shouting out mine at everyone? Let's see. Welcome to Rokenjima. Begin a new game. Suspended games can also be resumed from here. Good advice. Great. You hear me just fine? What about the game audio? Is the game audio, like, right where it needs to be, or... Hold on, let me just... I think that'll do for now. Okay. Let's see what we can get to. A little quiet? Let me try turning it up a little bit. How's that? Is that a little better? Let's see. So there's 4 episodes. We can unlock them at any time, but I think I'm just going to go through step by step. Alright. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Flashbang. Ow. That hurt. Let's see. Oh, what do we have here? This is new. New function, tips mode. In the middle of the game at any time, right-click with the mouse will open up the tips mode. Here, besides the save and load functions, you can view character profiles and more. Additional information will be added as you progress through the story. Probably a good idea to take a peek at here every once in a while. Oh! So rather than waiting for the chapter to finish, we can actually hit into it at any time. I actually like that. I know this was the same function they had in Syconia, When They Cry, which was another game I played that was pretty interesting, but for some reason Ryukishi would not allow players to go any further than Chapter 7 for a live stream. I don't know why. That's just what he does. Like, I don't know his schedule. I'm just a bartender. Let's see. The story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance to any existing individuals, organizations, locations, or such is purely coincidental. Again. Okay, that's a little loud for me, actually. Let me just... That's pretty... I was not expecting that. Again. So, you still haven't overcome your love of alcohol. I mean, I don't love it, but I'll drink it. The old physician let out a sigh as he removed his stethoscope. 2 elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with dust and sickly sweet stench. In the corner of his room was a much larger than what most people would call a study. Was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing a medical examination, and the physician conducting it. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching over the whole scene. The bottle is my friend. It is no less of a friend than you, and it has stood by my side even longer than you have. As the man baring his chest for the stethoscope rearranging his clothes, he spoke unapologetically. Ah, so we're dealing with an alcoholic. Great. I love stories that start out very wholesomely like this. You know? Really brings it close to home, huh? Kinzo-san. Your body only appears to be well thanks to the effects of the medicine. However, if you continue to drink such strong spirits, the treatment will be meaningless. Trust my judgment. Refrain from drinking. I thank you, though only for sentiment, my friend. Genji. Another glass. Water it down slightly. That way Nanjo can save face. Are you quite sure? Really love their jackets. Really cool. After eyeing both the master who demanded the alcohol and the family doctor who forbade it, Genji, the old butler, silently gave a slight nod and carried it out to his master's orders faithfully. The family doctor Nanjo let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet. There was a smell filling up the room. The sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. It was the smell of that venomous green drink that the man couldn't bear to part with. Was he drinking absinthe? If he's drinking absinthe, then that's concerning. If it's Midori, that's fine. But why would you drink watered down absinthe? Like, first of all, in bartending, absinthe is mostly used as a rinse for certain drinks. Nobody in their right mind would just drink it down straight like they're taking a shot of tequila. So maybe the doctor has a point in being concerned about this man's well-being if he's going to be drinking absinthe. Nanjo. You are my close friend, and we have known each other for quite a long time. I am deeply grateful for all that you have done to keep me alive this long. I have done nothing. After all, you never listened to my advice as your physician. And you never listened when I warned you about a mistake chess move you're about to make. It seems only fair, does it not? Master. Thank you. I wouldn't die if I ran out of your medicine, but I would if I ran out of this. Disregarding Nanjo, who had his face set in a resigned expression, Kinzo took the glass that Genji was holding out to him. Very few people would associate that venomous color with an alcoholic beverage. For good reason. Nanjo, be honest with me. How much time do I have left? Well now, how short must I make it to convince you to set the bottle aside? Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. Then finally he spoke to Kinzo as the latter swirled his glass. You don't have long. What precisely do you mean by that? Let us illustrate it with the chess game here. You have very nearly achieved checkmate, but you have not yet cornered my king. Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a massive chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the game seemed to be entering its final stage. Black's rook and bishop were cutting deeply into the enemy lines. White's king had already been castled and cornered, so that even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before too long. Every time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves. Huh. An interesting setback that they two have. I would have never guessed, actually. Nanjo was hitting that Kinzo will most likely fall into eternal sleep before the game could be concluded. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend. Were you a normal patient, I would recommend you to write a will at this point. And what is a will, Nanjo? Handwritten instructions to the vultures on how to devour and scatter my corpse? No, not at all. As the words suggest, it is a way for you to record your will for later generations. It is far more than just a means to divide up your inheritance. Huh. And apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of? You might write of your regrets, or matters you have left unfinished. Things you want to pass down onto others, or merely matters you wish to communicate. Anything you want. Things I want to pass down onto others, or matters I wish to communicate. Ridiculous. I, Urshinomiya Kinzo, have not one thing I want to tell or leave behind. I was born with nothing. I will die with nothing. There is nothing I wish to leave to my foolish children. Even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now, I would accept that fate of death without a trace of fear. I created everything. My fortune, my prestige, everything. Those were built up by me, and they will be lost along with me. There is nothing I wish to leave behind. Nothing. After I'm gone, I care not if it all goes to waste. I desire no tomb, no coffin. Those were the terms of the contract I made with the witch. When I die, everything will be lost. That has been part of the promise since the beginning, and that's why nothing will be left behind. There is nothing I can leave behind. Damn. Well, you heard it, folks. He made all of this, so he's gonna die with it. I have never met anyone so stubborn enough that he's pretty much willing to literally take his money to the grave. Although, in that regard, I can sort of respect a man who wants to do that. It's like, if I can't have it, no one else can. Pretty interesting, actually. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. Yeah, me too, Chromosnare. I get that. There's something very special about someone who's willing to pretty much take everything with him when he dies. You know, you hear stories about people who argue back and forth who should inherit what. And sometimes that can tear families apart. But when you leave nothing behind, or if you end up giving it all to charity, that usually shows, like, how serious you are. in making sure that nothing you left behind is sort of tainted in a way. His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left. However, I do have one regret. I have nothing to leave behind, but there is one thing I cannot leave undone. You would do well to write it down. Of course, it would be best if you could finish it before your time comes. However, even if the worst happens, those who come after you will carry it to completion. You must leave behind your regrets so that they can be resolved, even if you are unable to do so yourself. That is the purpose of a will. When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulders, the dying man flew into a sudden rage and batted Nanjo's hand away. It is useless! 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 It must be done while I still live. At the moment of my death, my soul will be devoured by the demons of the contract and wipe out my existence. For me, there will be no peace or other world after death. That is why everything must be completed before I go. That's why a will has no meaning for me. And even if I have a chance to write such a thing, if I did have such a chance, I'd want to see it. I want to see it one more time. I want to see Beatrice's smiling face one last time. Oh, Beatrice, why have you resisted me for so long? I'll return everything you have given to me. I am prepared to lose everything. So please, show me your smiling face just one more time. Beatrice, I beg of you. You must be able to hear my plead. That's the kind of woman you are. I beg of you, show me yourself to me. You're here, aren't you? You're standing there, invisible, listening to every word I say. And even now you're mocking me from somewhere in the room, aren't you? Please appear before me once more and smile. Feel free to scold me, even snatch away my life by your own hands if you desire. I don't want to die alone like this. I cannot allow myself to die until I've seen your smile just one more time. Beatrice! Beatrice! I offer up this life of mine. I offer it up to you. I'm begging you, Beatrice! Huh? Uh-oh. Well, now. Huh. That was all a prologue. Ah, those classic 07th expansion art style. How I missed it. That's one hell of a title sequence. I'm already liking the direction this is going. The first day, October 4th, 1986. It's the 80s, man. So it looks like we're still stuck in the 80s, just like we were in Higurashi. Only a 3-year difference. Whoa. Things sure move with the times. I can't believe we'll be able to make the trip in just 20 minutes. I couldn't help but scratch my head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we can reach Nijima. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. It's gonna shake, isn't it? It probably is. You know, I haven't been on a plane since I was like a very small kid. And I vaguely remember being on one. I think the whole time I was on it, my first thought was, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. Not that I hate flying, but, you know, you watch a few movies like Final Destination and such, and it starts painting a picture in your head that won't go away. So I can understand if someone is a little, what's the term for it? Agoraphobic? They say smaller boats shape more than the big ones. So I guess the same rule probably applies to planes. Just spare me. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It shakes much less than the boat did. Is that you, George Haneke? Boy, they have, like, really cute smiles. I do like that they have the, senpai pointy chin thing going on. That's real nice. So, I guess we got introduced to our protagonist, and he actually has a picture of himself for once. Man, I feel bad for Keiichi now. He didn't even get one yet. Don't scare me like that. You just shaved off 3 years of my life. Anyway, what's shaking got to do with anything? You don't think I'm actually scared of the plane shaking or maybe falling out of the sky or something, right? Oh, of course not. My mistake. I've seen you change a lot since we last saw you. After all, it's been 6 years since then. You're not a kid anymore. Sheesh. And here you are, old enough to smoke and drink. I've got no interest in smoking, but I've always wanted to try some booze. You know, I never been interested in smoking either. Booze didn't even come until recently. And even then, I don't even drink that much to begin with. Well, if you got your dad's genes, I'll bet you can hold your own when it comes to drinking, right? Well, I usually drink for business rather than pleasure. It's pretty hard to do business in Japan without it. You know, I have heard of that. That it's really not unheard of for a company to have like a moment to go to a bar and have a few rounds of beer while discussing some business stuff. I don't know how common it is in America to have a beer with your boss. But, you know, I don't think I will ever have a moment where I'm going to share a cold one with him. Not that I have a boss. I don't have a job. Like, at all. That's exactly right. That's why I never miss a chance to get in some practice. That's no good, Battler-kun. You're still a minor. Don't you know alcohol can stunt the growth of... Never mind. What? What were you gonna say, George? Huh? What were you gonna say? Come on. Stunt the growth of what? Stunt the growth of what? Come on, I'm tall enough already. In fact, it'd be easier to find clothes if I shrunk a little. I puffed out my chest proudly. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. But then I grew and grew. Before you knew it, I'd passed 180 centimeters, 5'11". That's pretty tall in Japan. I actually hit that height when I was... I think it was like around when I was 13. When I finally hit 6 feet. And even to that day, I was always picked on for every basketball team. And I hated basketball. And I was terrible at it. Yet I was always the first one they picked. Because of how tall I was. I still can't figure a way to make the free throws no matter how hard I try. I guess I have all the muscle training and those shady mail-order performance-enhancing drugs to thank for that. Wait. Is he talking about steroids or, you know, the Plan B pill? You know, the blue one with the big V and all that? Before then, I never dreamed that I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Aniki, who'd reached his peak height early on. Damn. I'll bet my relatives all say, "Look how big you've grown, Battler-chan," or something. It's all so embarrassing. I wish they'd just given me a break. Anyway, my name, Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? I mean, I've heard weirder names, but yeah, that is kind of a weird name for a Japanese boy. I gotta wonder what my parents were thinking when they named me that. I never met anyone who read it right the first time. I usually get called Sento-kun. Sorry, but that's not even close. My name is written... Let's see. Battler. Hold on, let me pull something up. My kanji is like garbage. I still can't read it without having to pull up a dictionary of some sort. Let's see. Let me just pull it up really quick. You know, I've been using Duolingo for over a year now, and even to this day, I still cannot, for the life of me, read Japanese perfectly. I can sort of get a few words in edgewise, but nothing above that. Let's see, is that hiragana or kanji? Let's see... It kind of looks like it. Let's see. Also, it always confused me because there's characters that are like smaller, or they're written similarly as other words. Let's see. Ugh. This dictionary's garbage. I've never heard anyone be named Battler before. Batora. Let's see. Batora. Batora. Huh. That's, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that is actually kind of weird how it's written like that. Anyways, back to the game, I guess. I'm sorry, that one was bothering me. I literally had to. It is in my contract that I have to learn every little thing of every little detail of everything that's in front of me. Also, why is he wearing an upside down cross on his blazer? Is that by design, or is he the son of a devil? Can you read it? Barely. The first part is my family name, Ushiromiya. He's just being edgy. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Actually, now that I think about it, being edgy in the 80s was probably not as common as it is now. Ushiromiya. That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. The problem is my given name. Bata is made of the characters for fight in person, and it's pronounced battler. Put it all together and you got Ushiromiya Battler. Pretty crazy, right? I guess his parents were just big fans of fighting game names. Who names their child like they're meant to be some sort of a protagonist of a fighting game? It's crazy enough my parents decided to call me that, but it's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official. Both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. I guess he doesn't like his name. Anyway, this is one of my cousins. His name is Ushiromiya Giorgio. Pronounced Ushiromiya George. He's 5 years older than me, so he must be turning 23 this year. So Battler is like 17 or 18 now. Since the Ushiromiya cousins consist of 2 boys and 2 girls, I ended up playing with George all the time. And because I always thought of him as a big brother, I still call him Anaki to this day. That's kind of cute. Oh, Battler-kun, look how big you've gotten. You know what they say, leave a boy for 3 days and you'll hardly recognize him. Oh, lady. There's a lady. Really cute lady right in front of us right now. Okay, red flag, everyone. This is real. It must be in his blood. Rudolph wasn't that tall either until his high school years. Perhaps people end up taller if the growth spurts come late. Nah, it's nothing special. A real man needs to be tough on the inside, too. Exactly. Battler-kun here knows how it works. Real men win or lose based on what they got on the inside. Can't ever forget to keep up with your training and discipline. You gotta do that. Wait very alertly for the perfect moment and strike. Now, I've never even imagined that I'd become the company president I am today, master of my own domain. Yep. To think I've come this far after starting out penniless and ruined. This stout, plump old guy is George Anaki's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi. Huh. He's the husband of Dad's older sister. In other words, we're not blood related. So, yeah, he's just an uncle by definition, I guess. He's nice to children, sociable all the time, and even quick to give out some spending money to his kids. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. He speaks in an odd and very noticeable Kansai dialect, but he's actually a natural-born Kanto man. I didn't realize that there were different dialects when in Japan. Apparently impressions are everything in the business world. So speaking in a different style other than people is an act that makes him stick out more. However, I heard he gets embarrassed when talking within earshot of a real Kansai person, so he switches back to standard Japanese. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person. And he's definitely got some really good fashion sense. If only you weren't so quick to brag about your life story. That's enough for now, I think. I'm sure Battler's getting tired of it. Aren't you? No, not at all. I like to think that he's trying to do his best to Luffy laugh when he's doing that. Going all... Nothing wrong with that. I think it's pretty cool for a man to have some stories he can brag about. I don't have anything like that at all. Oh, really? I'd imagine a man with your looks would leave girls crying left and right. I can't believe you have nothing to brag at all. What? You're joking, right? Of course nothing weird like that's ever happened to me. Heck, I wish it would. Come on now. You aren't fooling anyone. You must tell your aunt all about it later. After all, nothing of the sort ever happens to George. This is George Anaki's mother, Aunt Eva. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, and they've always teased me, back as far as I can remember. This sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small. Well, I guess the events of the last 30 seconds prove that they can still be hard to get along with. Even so, George Anaki's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Sheesh, it's pretty much the total opposite of my family. Uh-oh, are we about to hit some family drama? Another woman? Wow, 2 women in one day. What are the odds? Battler-kun? Have you seen Rudolph-san? Huh? He headed off to the bathroom a while ago. Is he not back yet? Maybe the poor geezer dropped to dead. That's no way to talk about your own father. Still, this isn't the first time he's taken so long in the bathroom. Yeah, the guy's always been that way. Does he really have to take a magazine with him every time he needs to take a dump? And what on earth is he doing in there with those particular magazines? Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all. You know, I always hate it when people decide that they need to take a newspaper or a magazine when they go into the bathroom. And then whenever they're done using it, it's like I can't even be in the same area as them after that. Like, either throw it in the trash or take it with you in your backpack or something. I am not going to eat anything in the vicinity of that magazine if you're the kind of person that takes it into the toilet and reads it. Because I know for sure you didn't sanitize it after you were done. Since we've been together, I haven't let him do that on his own. Ooh, I'll have to get the juicy details later. Sounds like Dad's got his balls in an iron grip. You know exactly what would happen with that man if I didn't keep a tight grip, don't you? No kidding. You're the only one capable of reining in that old bastard. As his son, I'm more than happy to let you take over. Yes, leave it all to me. After all, that's my specialty. This woman is my father's wife. Her name is Ushiomiya Kirei. Kirei from Uzumaki? Now that I say that, her hair does look kind of similar. Maybe she did survive. As you can probably tell from our conversation, she's not my real mother. She's basically my stepmother. Hey, she's not... Let's see. My real mom died 6 years ago, and Kirei-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. It's understandable for someone my age. I can never bring myself to call his new wife Mom. And I doubt she feels like using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing to be gained by fighting. So we decided that we wouldn't force ourselves to pretend that we were family. Hey, she isn't just a stepmom, okay? She's the mom that stepped up, okay? I've decided to act a bit more frank with her, acting as though she's a friendly neighbor instead. It's much easier if we keep a little distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other feel comfortable. Kirei-san has always been very open about all this, and thanks to that, we've been able to get along pretty well. Then, just when we were about to bad-mouthing Dad about being in the bathroom, the man himself comes back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Battler. Hey, what's up, Dad? Ow, 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 don't pinch my ear. Ugh. So, you've been talking trash about me with Mom again, haven't you? What makes it so hard to show a little respect for your father, Ow, 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 damn it, that hurts. You can stretch my ears all you want, but I'm not gonna be able to fly. That hurts. Come on now. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Oh, is he doing the Konami code? Now, say, Father, please forgive me for being so rude. Like hell I will. Go find yourself some members-only store if you want it that much. Ah, let go! This old bastard is my dad. I think I'm pretty tall myself, but Dad's just about as tall as I am. It's no surprise Aunt Eva started talking about Dad's blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him. It seems having weird names runs in the family. Dad's full name is written... You can't read it, can you? Stop getting in my head, Battler. I don't like that. Come on, it's just this. Anyway, the guy's name is pronounced Rudolph. He must hate grandfather for giving him that name. Still, That's no reason to pass the weird naming tradition on to me. The old bastard twisted my ear all over the place. Aunt Eva snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear. Hey, Rudolph. You should know better than to physically abuse your son. That hurt, Aneki. This scene perfectly illustrates the relationship between the prankster younger brother and the older sister who could deal out punishment to him despite his size. I think that's good enough for now, Eva Nissan. I'll make sure to stretch out his other ear later on. Oh, my apologies. I must leave some pulling for you to do, Kirei-san. Rudolph, make sure Kirei-san gives you lots and lots of punishment later on, okay? You're one to talk on, Aki. Abusing your little brother like that. Hiroshi-Nissan, I'd like to thank you very much for picking her up. If you hadn't been so generous, she'd still be unsold in the store. You have my gratitude and apologies. What? Who are you calling unsold? After taking 3 steps back, Aneva unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks. Damn. Is she a kickboxer? Which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of Dad's nose. She's going like full Chuck Norris on this guy. After starting out with Tai Chi Chuan for her figure, Aunt Eva then developed an interest in the Chinese martial arts. After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, capoeira, and what was it she's learning now again? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapons are in her lower body, and that's literally true for Eva. Ah, so she's a kicker. She kicks. Rudolph, did you know that a single direct blow to the side of the head like that would knock you unconscious? Not so long ago, I accidentally connected it in a practice match with my opponent, and he was out cold. Sheesh, what a pain. I'm so sorry she can't help walking like a freak. Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle Hiroshi. Never had a brother or sister myself, so when I see you two bickering with each other, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. It sure is nice to have a big family. Oh, then why not consider making a little brother for George-kun? He's already a fine adult who's about to go off on his own, so it might be a good time to have another child. Hey, have a little sympathy for the new kid. All the pain and suffering he'd had to live through. I'm surprised even George-kun turned out as well as he did after being born from this sinister sister of mine. And what an awesome kid he is. Please share some of that with our blockhead of a son, will you? That's not at all how it happened. It's thanks to Eva Nissan's proper rearing that George-kun became the kind, gentle kid he is now. Isn't that right, Nissan? Oh, come on now. You think so? Our George still has a long way to go. Ah, by the way, how's your little Anjay-chan doing? I heard she was vomiting. Oh, that's right. And I was hoping to finally see her face after such a long time. Is she okay? She often catches a cold when the seasons change. She's very frail. I did want to bring her along, but we decided to have my family look after her this time. I think that was a wise move. She'll heal a lot better if she stays away from that venomous head family household. A child's health is always more important than an adult's convenience, don't you think? I mean, if you say so. I mean, I wouldn't even know to begin with. I have no kids of my own, so I couldn't tell you. but I think it would be a good thing. I know some great medicine for vomiting colds like that. When we get back home, I'll send you some to you right away. So please let her try some. Thank you very much, Hideyoshi-ni-san. I'm always in your debt. And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy Aunt Eva gave Dad his just dessert for tugging on my ear. Are we still waiting for the weather report? George Aniki pointed at the counter. The checking weather sign was still stuck next to the departure times for the flight we were scheduled aboard. According to Aniki, smaller planes are more subject to winds and other effects of the weather. And it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Wait a sec. We are totally sure it's not going to shake, right? From down here on the ground, it just looks cloudy, not windy. Well, I guess it's different where planes fly. The weather's a bit uncertain today. Aunt Eva looked at the TV in the lounge. The weather forecast was being broadcasted, informing us that a typhoon was approaching the Kanto region. A typhoon again? Guess there's no helping it, with the annual family conference being held in October. Couldn't he have chosen a better season? I agree. I've always hoped we could have it sometime around the Obon Festival in mid-August. In that case, why don't you suggest that to Father and Nissan during the conference? Very funny. Why don't you do it yourself? Our brother would never listen to anything I suggested. No way. It doesn't really bother me that much to have it in October. I was just saying you might want to propose it, since you said you hate typhoons so much. I only said that typhoons are always coming around this time of year. You're the one who wanted to move it to the Obon Festival, right? Well, you said it too last year. Didn't you say it would be easier to fit in your schedule if we had it during the Obon Festival? I never said anything like that. Oh, yes, you did. I certainly wouldn't forget something like that. No, I didn't. You're the one who say that all the time. Didn't you know? Stopping a kick just a hair's breadth away from impact is a very high-level technique. Sheesh. Women your age shouldn't spread their legs like that. I love the dynamic of these two. Everyone's a dick to each other, and I really like it. Dad and Aunt Eva's argument looked no different from a couple of brats quarreling. Even though they usually behave like normal parents, they turn right back into kids again when they meet their siblings at these family conferences. You're the one who really looks like a real adult analyzing it all calmly. I hope I never turn out like that old bastard. I'd much rather end up as an intellectual like you, Aniki. Like me? Oh, I still have a long way to go. I still have very little experience out there in the real world, and I need to work on becoming more confident and sociable. I think you far surpassed me on all of those counts, Battler-kun. I'm sure you'll outstrip me fast enough when you become an adult. George Aniki scratched the back of his head and laughed as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. Aniki entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hidoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in a parallel. Then, right after graduating, he got into Uncle Hideyoshi's company as his father's aide, piling up a lot of real experiences as he devoted himself zealously to his work. His great dream is to one day stand on his own and build up his own kingdom. Anaki is a real paragon of a man, sparing no effort as he strives towards his goal. It's no exaggeration to say that I really respect him. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like Anaki. I'm living my happy-go-lucky, idle high school life to the max. I've got no dreams for the future. I like to just sit back, stay cool, and let the money flow in. But of course that can never happen. When Anaki was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and had started devoting himself towards studying for that goal, so I guess I can't really compare at all. My dad just says, "Sure, you can study at my company, if you like cleaning toilets." That's very harsh. Damn it. I'm not going to be in the debt of that old bastard. I'll find my way myself. If only I had the willpower was all it took to become an adult. Should I go on one of those big self-searching journeys that's all the rage these days? Well, it's not like I can mooch off my parents for that kind of money. Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. He's a really nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. When I looked over, I saw he was greeting Aunt Rosa, who had come late. Oh, if it isn't Rosa-san. Maria-chan, long time no see. Oh my god, she's adorable. Look at her. Long time no see. Ooh. Maria? Shouldn't that be, "It's good to see you again"? Greet your uncle properly. It's good to see you again. There you go. Well said. How about some candy as a reward? Oh, where did I put it? Rosa-san, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you too, Maria-chan. It's been too long, Kide-ni-san. Hideyoshi-ni-san. And, oh my, Battler-kun? Look how big you've gotten. Ah, come on. It's embarrassing to hear that from every person I meet. Hey, Rosa. You're late. If the plane was on time, you would barely have made it. I'm sorry. We had some trouble making our train connection. So, are we waiting on the weather again? Oh, don't complain. I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat. Even if we were kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall. Maria-chan's gotten huge too. So, how tall are you now? So how tall am I now? Maria-chan pronounced Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height. She's probably right in the middle of a growth spurt, so her height must change every month. Give it a few more years, and suddenly she'll start looking feminine. Just how tall were you the last time you got measured? You must keep getting bigger and bigger, don't you? Right. I think she's grown a lot since last year. Let's see. She turned 9 years old this year, didn't she? 9 years old. That's right. You're 9 years old now. Glad to see you're doing well too, Maria-chan. Up you go. I guess you gotten a bit too heavy to play airplane with. George Anaki, what a rude thing to say to a lady. Here, I'll do it. Up you go. When I went to lift her up in Anaki's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. Ah, that's right. The last time I met Maria, it was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. Of course she doesn't remember my face. Maria-chan, don't you remember? It's Badler-kun. You used to play together, remember? Oh. No surprise, I guess. The last time she met Badler, she was only 3. You don't keep memories at that age. She must know everyone's face apart from mine because she meets them every year. But I haven't had contact with the Yoshiromiya family for about 6 years now. So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can just barely remember her being 3 years old, a crybaby. Maria, this is Battler Oni-chan, Rudolph Nissan's son. Understand? The brother's son is... The brother is the son... Huh? That ooh sound was probably her brain going into overload, that complicated explanation. I guess the phrasing of it was a bit confusing. Ni or Oni, the title you'd use to refer to an actual older brother, can also be a friendly honorific for a boy who's only a bit older than you. It's just like ne or one for the word big sister. Maria-chan, this is Badler-kun. He's your cousin, like me. Like George Oni-chan? Badler? Cousin? Ooh. That's right. You got it. This part of Aniki is what makes me really look up to him. For someone who isn't married, he's just great at dealing with kids. I'm sure he'll make an indulgent father in the future. Battler Oni-chan? Maria looked straight at me with a questioning expression, as though asking whether it was okay to call me that. Yep, that's me, Battler. Nice to meet you, Maria. Ooh. Battler. Maria, you mustn't talk to him like that. Call him Battler Oni-chan. That's all right, Aunt Rosa. I don't sweat the small stuff. Hey, Maria. We're close enough that we don't need honorifics, right? Battler! 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 Ooh. That's right. Maria! 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 Ooh. We horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. She probably still thinks of me nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. But I'm surprised. She's just the way I remember her being 6 years ago. Seems that people just don't change much after all that. I'm a bit happy she's still the pure, innocent girl I remember. Boy, I sure hope nothing happens that would cause someone at that age to snap suddenly. Her name is written as Maria. Of course, it's pronounced Maria. The third character looks like a cross, which is pretty cool. Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, so it can be difficult just to know what she's thinking. But that's just how she looks on the outside. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl. Then there's Maria's mother, Aunt Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is written as Rosa. Her name's... here's a name that's not totally Japanese. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's. I've got to respect her for not ending up as screwed up as he is, though. When I think about it, all the names in my family sound foreign. Why is grandfather obsessed with that? Because of him, even we grandchildren had to put up with this weird naming sense. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Anyway, there's one thing about Aunt Rosa that It's a relief compared to the other family members. The old bastard and Aunt Eva have this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time. But even though she shares their blood, Aunt Rosa isn't like that at all. She has the most common sense among all the siblings. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's a kind aunt who will always be on the kid's side. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Hideyoshi. That seems pretty evident. Whew. That's such a weird dynamic with all these family members. They all seem to have their bickering and such, but there's also some who are more established than others. I guess that shows that your family can really be a real mixed bag, even after just a while, and you never know what's going to happen. Which is crazy to me because, well, I never had family members who were like that before. I have a lot of cousins, but nothing really too crazy as this kind of thing. Okay. Now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane. At that moment, as though it had waited for us all to arrive, an announcement rang out through the lobby. Apologies for the delay. Boarding will now commence for Flight 201 to Nijima. We ask that the passengers please form 2 lines in front of the counter behind the white line. Rosa, you still haven't gone through boarding procedures, right? Hurry up. Oh no. Maria, come on. I like that she has a little crown. We had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway. Our small plane wasn't as massive as an international flight, but it was still a plane. A staff member holding a metal detector checked on all of us. Once all of us cleared the check, we followed the staff member out onto the runway. Kind of think of it, everyone here is in the Hiroshima family. It's like this is a reserved charter flight or something. Huh, maybe it is. Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passengers list as he did. Boarding now will now commence. As I call out the names of the passengers list, please take your seats in order, starting from the front row on the right side and going right to left, then on to the next row. I will now begin reading the passenger list. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi-sama. Oh, I'm first. Right here. By the way, do you have some candy, Eva? I've been looking all over for some, but I can't find any. Uroshima Eva-sama. They're in my handbag. I'll get one once we're inside the plane. I've heard that candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting because of variations in atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off. Yeah, I heard that too. I think that's why a lot of pilots like to chew gum before they're getting on a flight, because it helps pop their ears a bit. That's probably what they're talking about. Hope I get a window seat. Don't worry. There aren't any other kinds of seats. As George Haneke said, there were apparently only 2 lines of seats. So, this is what a small plane feels like. We are totally sure this is not going to shake, right? Again with the shaking! What happened to you that made you scared of a plane shaking? Oshiromiya George-sama? Right here. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It won't shake too much. Ushiromiya Battler-sama? Anaki, what do you mean, not too much? You could just swim if you fall out from a boat, but if a plane crashes, you're screwed, right? We all get our own parachutes in our seats, don't we? Wait, we don't? Oh, Battler, you poor bastard. Oshiromiya Rudolph-sama? Come on, Battler, stop standing there slack-jawed and get in. Ow, Dad! Don't push me! We don't get parachutes! Oshiromiya Kirei-sama? Okay, you two, stop fooling around. Let's move on in. Ow, Kirei! Don't push me! This blockhead isn't moving. Oshiromiya Maria-sama? Let's move on in. Oshiromiya Rosa-sama? Maria, be quiet. This is your pilot, Kawabata. We'd like to thank you for taking New Tokyo Aviation's Flight 201 today. We estimate that the flight into Nijima Airport will take about 20 minutes. We are receiving reports of atmospheric turbulence. There may be some shaking of the aircraft, so we ask you do not unfasten your seatbelts after takeoff. Aniki, did that guy say we needed to wear seatbelts? In a jumbo jet, they let you undo them after takeoff, right? So it's gonna shake so much that we can't take them off? Damn it, you tricked me! It is gonna shake after all. Where are the parachutes? I knew I should have taken the boat! I guess Battler isn't a fan of flying. Legend of the Golden Witch. Oshiromiya Battler. Oshiromiya George, Oshiromiya Jessica, Oshiromiya Maria. Oh, is it like doing like a credits thing? That's cool. Oshiromiya Kinzo, Oshiromiya Kraus, Oshiromiya Eva, Oshiromiya Natsuhi, Oshiromiya Hideyoshi. Cute. Oshiromiya Rudolph, Oshiromiya Rosa, Oshiromiya Kirei. Boy, a lot of Oshiromiyas. Nanju Terumasa, Shannon, Goda Toshiro, Ronuna Genji, Kanon, Kumasawa Chiyo. I have to read fast, otherwise it's gonna... Oh, I guess that was all of them. Cool. Those blurry images of 07th expansion. How I missed you. I do like the music in this one. Nope. Here we are. Should have taken the boat. The boat. Fall. Fall. Maria, that's enough. But what a surprise. I thought there was nothing that could scare Battler-kun. This guy can't handle vehicles for some reason. Always yells about falling and sinking and stuff. You're a disgrace of a man, you are. Ah, shut up. That thing was seriously shaking way too much. I just got a little stressed since it was my first time on a small plane like that. You call that a little stressed? Sounds like it'd be fun to take an overseas vacation with you, Battler-kun. Would you like to go to Egypt with your aunt? You get to ride a plane for a full 14 hours. There's a good plan. Battler-kun, you should go let Eva's Nissan toughen you up some. Still, it's so hilarious. Now. Everyone's got their own strong and weak points. It's bad to laugh at them. Dad, you're laughing too. Hey, Maria-chan, you shouldn't laugh anymore. Shouldn't laugh anymore? Oh. Damn it! Is being scared of planes really such a big deal? I mean, it's not as uncommon as you think, but probably uncommon to some of them. Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now. Well, can't be helped. That's just going to be it. You're going to be known as the person who is scared of planes. We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. From there on, we would be taking a boat to the island. The islands are right next to each other, so the distance of the trip wasn't that great. By boat, it was a leisurely 30 minutes to the island. When we reached the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a figure waving at us. Whoa, who's this? Looks like the women got a little glow up since Higurashi. George Nissan, it's been so frickin' long. Jessica-chan, it's been a year since I saw you. You've gotten taller again, haven't you? Don't give me that. It's so embarrassing when you say it every year. Hey, Hanaki, you gotta be kidding me. Is that really Jessica? Wait a sec, George. Is this big guy Battler? We both stared at each other. She definitely didn't look like that in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking. Yo, Jessica. What's this now? You're kidding me. You look like a woman now. What are these, boobs? Even you managed to get this a chest. Let me rub them. Let me. Whoa, Battler. Easy. Don't screw around with me. I'm a blushing flower of 18. Of course my hair grew longer and I got these. What? You thought I just got boobs just to get fondled by you, loser? And speaking of you, sure, you got all tall and ridiculously huge, but did you get a bit stronger too? Don't screw with me. I'll show you how much training I've done since back then. You're pissing me off. I'll beat you at your own game. This headstrong girl's name is Jessica. She was born under the same unlucky star as me, sharing the same kind of weird name. Anyways, Jessica is pronounced Jessica. She's Dad's older brother's daughter. That older brother happens to be the oldest son of the Hiroshima family. So for now, it means Jessica's the direct family heir. Since Jessica and I are the same age and sometimes had a little boy-girl squabbles with each other, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gather. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. When we scuffled in a contest of strength, it usually went Jessica's way. So even though I realized I had grown bigger, part of my mind was still convinced that I couldn't beat Jessica. This is what we call in the business a epic failure. What the? What are you getting all serious for? Ow, 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 ow. Hey, this is nothing. Jessica, you've gotten so weak. Shut up. I'm a girl, so of course I couldn't beat a guy with physical strength forever, right? Well, you've gotten a point there. The meat I put on my arms all went to your chest. It looks like it'd be a pretty even test of strength between my arms and your boobs, don't you think? I told you my boobs aren't for you to feel up. Besides, how about you? Did your cute little elephant song get a bit bigger to go with the rest of you? Stop it, you idiot! No, you perv! I'll be ruined for marriage. Don't touch my crotch! Don't say that and the people are gonna misinterpret it. Honestly, I was so surprised at how feminine Jessica had become that I had to joke around like an idiot to hide it. Well, considering what a bossy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. I guess she's just as surprised. She probably wasn't expecting to lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown in the past 6 years. 6 years. Once again, I'm being shown what a huge gap of time that was. Crap. Total defeat. It's like I'm no match for you anymore. That's not true. Even Battler-kun must have his weakness. Right, Maria-chan? Fall. Shh, cut it out, Maria. Let's keep that a secret, okay? Fall? The hell you're talking about? Sorry, but there's no chance you'll see that weakness of mine now. After all, the nightmare plane trip is already over and done with. Only thing left is the nice, quiet splashing of the boat ride. I never thought I'd start loving a piece of junk boat like this much. Huh? George Nissan. Is there something wrong with his head? You'll understand soon. Very soon. At the time, I didn't get what Anaki meant by that big smile. Ah, what have we here? Oh. Aw, it's a cute little grandma. Battler-san, how big you've grown. Who's it this time? An old lady with an apron? Oh, yeah. That takes me back. I remember now. You remember her, right? It's Kumasawa-san, the servant. I can never forget you, Kumasawa's ba-chan. After all, you haven't aged a bit in these past 6 years. If anything, I say you look younger than ever. Oh, lately my skin's been getting quite smooth and silky. And look, my chest hasn't gotten bigger as well. How do you like a feel? You're kidding, right? My breast fondling is strictly limited to bouncy girls. Oh, I was quite bouncy in my youth. Oh, God. Don't be shy. Fondle to your heart's content. I mean, Battler, she's giving you a free chance to grope her. Are you really going to let that slide? In 20 years, age difference won't even mean a thing, right? Give me a break. It's girls I'm looking for, not grannies. The jokes I cracked about Jessica were being turned against me. Yep, that's how it happens. Come to think of it, Kumasawa has always been the type to tease people. Kumasawa-san, stop that now. People with one foot in the coffin shouldn't jump around. To sport with the young is the most rejuvenating medicine. It's rare for you to come pick us up, Kumawa-san. I wonder what's gotten into you. Usually your lumbago kicks in whenever someone gives you a job to do. Eva-sama, you're as harsh as ever. I found myself with some urgent purchases to make, and while I was at it, I thought I would come welcome you all. Although, it does give a bad impression if the one waiting to greet you is a decrepit old woman. Aunt Eva spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa Bachan's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. She was more capable of smoothly and coolly deflecting that comment. Well, it feels bad to say it, but old Kumasawa Bachan may be past her prime as a servant. She might act as though she's in good health, but between the headaches and her lumbago, her body is wearing out. To tell the truth, the very fact she's still working is impressive. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 at least. It's incredible that she still acts cheerily. I mean, if that's 80, that's pretty impressive to say the least. And with that, I have finished my coffee. That's perfect. You just seem to get more and more lively. Oh, that's right. Here you are. It's the tea I told you about before. Look, I bought you some. Please do try it later on. Aunt Rosa took out a souvenir bag from her suitcase. To think she remembered a promise that she made apparently last year and faithfully bought it. This is the sort of thoughtfulness that was just like Aunt Rosa. She wasn't the kind of person who would ever forget or break a promise. Kumasawa Bachan seemed deeply touched, not only that Aunt Rosa had remembered this year-old promise, but that she would bring a gift to a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyo-san. She's a senior servant who's been working at the Hiroshima head family household for many years. As you'd expect from someone her age, manual labor isn't her strong point, but she's a kind of super servant who can handle just about anything else, from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry. It seems like her only flaw is a tendency to slack off. I hear she tries to get away from heavy or troublesome work by playing up a chronic illness. In Kumasawa Bachan's case, this is probably a sign of craftiness rather than laziness. I mean, hey, I don't blame her. If I was pushing 80 like her, I would probably figure out a way to get out of work as well. Though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. I mean, hey, if she can find a way to get me to back off on that, like, she'd be getting extra from me. Oh well, even though she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I can never dislike her. I guess it's probably because of her cheerfulness and constant smile. Hey, glad to see you're still in fine spirits. How's your back doing then? Even with the medicine, it's not getting one bit better. According to the doctor, nothing can be done for this one. It's what you might call an incurable disease. Anyway, Jessica-chan just keeps getting prettier. Good thing she takes after Natsuhi-ni-san. Really? Personally, I don't think we look alike at all. I mean, I don't even want to be like my parents, 'cause I got zero respect for them. Now, you shouldn't say such things. Though there are quite a few people who don't want to be like their parents in our family. Ah, that's me. You sure as hell better not take after me. Your nose looking like mine already pisses me off. What are you talking about? You're surprisingly alike you and father. Come on, you can't be serious. Just how am I like Dad? You're a lot like him, especially in how arrogant and prideful you are. Father's blood is especially strong in you and Nissan. Wouldn't you say, Rosa? Oh, absolutely. Kraus Nissan and Rudolph Nissan are almost unbelievably like Dad. All right, already. Why am I the only one under fire from the girls? Hideyoshi Nissan, give me a hand here. My, Rudolph-kun, you're always so popular with the ladies. I'm jealous. As usual, you are popular enough to make me jealous. Well then, Everyone, shall we head over to the boat? Come on now, Maria-san. Let's get on the boat together, okay? Get on the boat together. Ooh. Everyone gets on together. Ooh. Hell yeah. This time around, I'm not gonna be scared. I'm used to being shaken by the waves. With that piece of junk fishing boat, I'm less afraid of the shaking rather than the engine breaking down and the boat drifting off. Oh, yes, Balor-kun. I forgot to tell you. That fishing boat was completely worn out, so it was taken out of commission a few years back. Now we get to take him to the island in a different boat. Oh, right. It's Balor's first time on the new boat. It's super comfy, and it's frickin' fast. It can go at like crazy high speeds. Oh. That means less travel time, right? That sounds great. Having to worry about sinking is less scary than being on a plane, but it'd still be awesome to get it over with as quick as possible. Ooh. Is Balor going to fall again? That's only on airplanes. Everything's fine now. Anyway, it's the captain's pride and joy. Kind of a modded high-speed boat. Seems he's got it pretty souped up. He was like bragging about how he attached 4 base high-efficiency propellers to make it break 40 knots or something like that. He talks about it all the time, so I sort of memorized the spiel. Yeah, I got it memorized too, since we hear about it every year. The captain says he's been obsessed with modding it ever since he lost a speed contest with a foreign boat ages ago. According to him, that opponent managed to break 30 knots with just a fishing boat. And his thirst for a revenge match got him to build an awesome, all-new, super high-speed modded boat. I'm sure you'll just fall in love with it, Battler. Super high-speed modded boat. My first thought that it would be much better than some beat-up boat that might sink at any moment. But for some reason, I got this feeling of foreboding. Probably just overthinking it. Right? Right? Guys? Oh, okay. Nope. This is definitely bad. This is definitely... Oh, God. Hey, Badler. Maybe you should just swim to the island. Badler-kun, you shouldn't leave over the railing too much. You might fall. Ooh. Fall. Damn it! So this is why you were all grinning back there? So this is the super high-speed boat that the captain started modding. Oh, yes. That piece of junk fishing boat from 6 years ago doesn't hold a candle to this guy. It's shaking! I'm gonna fall! Ooh, gonna fall. If I fall, I'll land in the ocean and drown. Where's the parachute? I mean, where's the buoy? Give me a life jacket! Battler, what the heck you're doing that for? Jessica-chan, Maria-chan, it's not nice to tease. Battler-kun, if you're scared, then just don't come out on the deck. I think you'll be able to calm down a bit if you go inside the boat. Or maybe not. That's a no thank you, Aniki. Shipwreck victims are always the first ones inside the boat. The survivors are the ones usually on deck during the accident. So I'm staying right here. But it's shaking. I'm gonna fall. Shake. Gonna fall. Ooh. Maria, I told you to behave yourself. But, Balor-kun, it looks like you really can't handle it. I'll go tell the captain to slow down for you. Ugh. Aunt Rosa, thank you. I can tell now. I tell you now that safe, slow driving is definitely the way to go. Even on the sea. Don't do that, Rosa. Trials and tribulations are important for young men. Isn't that right, Balor-kun? You'd do better than able to overcome a little scare like this. Otherwise, you'll never be able to go to Egypt with your aunt. Ugh, Aunt Ava, you're so mean. Oh, no. I'm gonna fall. Life jacket, parachute. Huh? Wait, I gotta spin it around and think that way. Oh, what's the enemy aiming for? Is he doing anything to scare me? If that's what he's aiming for, too bad. Like hell, I'd be scared. But no, I'm gonna fall. Boy, Balor really doesn't like traveling at all, does he? So, after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, Aunt Rosa had a talk with the boat captain, and he slowed down to a more manageable speed for me. That's a bit better. Thought I was gonna die earlier. Apparently, the max speed I can tolerate is extremely slow. But that just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking, sliding and leaping on the ocean's surface. It felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still gawping at me as I leaned against the railing, tired and disheartened. I lost in a strength contest earlier, but I'm glad to know I'm no worse off where it really counts. But seriously. Damn it. Ugh. Go ahead and laugh. One of these days I'm gonna find your weakness and get back at you, and then your boobs will be mine to squish. Yeah, sure. Good luck with that. Ooh. Battler, all week. Yeah. Battler all week. I want to die on land, not in the ocean or the sky. Maria was patting me on the back, so I patted her head in return. Aww, just like how Rika-chan kept patting people on the head. Her expression was blank, as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me. That's kind of sweet. Maria looks cute. Battler-kun, the captain's throwing in drinks to make up for it. Would you like one to calm down? George Anakin and Kumasawa-banchan brought us all ice-cold cans of soft drinks, covered with beads of water. Judging from Kumasawa-san's big grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at the moment of pure terror. Damn it. I'm so embarrassed I can't even bear to face any of them. If I didn't change the subject somehow, I had the feeling I'd be at the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip. So I tried to think of something harmless to talk about. Hey, Jessica. How are Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsui doing? My old man and Mom? Unfortunately, they're fine. Though every other word out of their mouths is study, study, which pisses me off. I'm so jealous, since it doesn't look like Uncle Hideyoshi or Uncle Rudolph would say stuff like that. Oh, no. Before I had my exams, my parents kept pressing me about it over and over. I thought it was annoying then, but now I'm grateful. I knew it. You really are awesome, Aniki. Anyway, I have to look after myself. No one tells me what to do. Well, it's not like I'd listen if they did. Battler, son, have you still not returned to your parents' home? Well, I kind of go back every now and then. I got lots of clothes and stuff left in the house I was living in until recently. Ooh? Battler has 2 houses? Something like that. Why? Why do you have 2 houses? Ooh? Ooh? Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp at the situation, voiced this naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew the answer. Maria, look, you can see the harbor now. Look over there. Can you see it? Saw the harbor! Saw the harbor! Apparently, Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Ah. So I guess it's a bit of a touchy subject, huh? Oh well. I'd rather not talk about it if I can help it. But it's uncomfortable to have to treat it like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind it that much myself anymore. I may be a member of the Hoshiromiya family, but the truth is that for the last 6 years, I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side, and I've been using her family name. When those grandparents passed away one after the other, I basically had no choice but to go back and live with that old bastard. Don't get me wrong. I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kire-san. Being able to hold on to that bastard's reign and ride him out is no mean feat. Still, the way the old bastard betrayed my mom. Well, unfortunately, I still haven't gotten over that. Oh, I see what's going on here. This is one of those kind of families, huh? Now I'm starting to get the gist of it. We'll be getting there soon. George ironically cleared his throat and trying to change the subject. Please forgive my indiscretion. It seems this old woman has said too much already. If I have hurt your feelings... I don't mind it, and no one's feelings are hurt. Don't worry, Kumasawa-bachan. Kumasawa-san seemed to regret speaking out of turn. But I was more concerned about being worried over for something like that. So I stood up and passed it off lightly. I think that's a pretty normal reaction. Sometimes you don't want to let these kind of dramas get out of hand, so you try not to play it off as like it's some serious thing. I can tell that from Battler's expression, his subject on the family is a little bit of a touchy one. After that, I had a sip of my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island. Ooh, Battler, I saw the island. There. Ooh. Where is it? Oh, I see it now. Even after 6 years, the island hasn't changed a bit. Ooh, pretty. The small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. The island's name is Rokenjima. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are only 7 islands, but that's not true. There's actually several more, and Rokenjima is one of the minor islands that don't get counted. Even if that weren't the case, I doubt you'd find many people who knew about this island. Only people connected to the Hiroshima family ever go there. In other words, Outsiders and tourists never have any reason to care about it. So you'll never find this island's name in a travel brochure. The perfect place to hide out, in my opinion. After all of Rokenjima is an estate possessed by the Hiroshima head family. Only the Hiroshima family live there, and only people connected to the Yoshiromiya family come and go from there. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is still just uncultivated forest. Such a waste, when it could have been made into a nice golf course or something. However, when you start to realize the entire coastline is a private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. You probably guessed it by now, but simply put, well, the Yoshiromiya family is just rolling in dough. Ah, so I was right. The wealthy families are the protagonist in this story. The head family apparently possesses a vast fortune, and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life at my grandparents' home these 6 years, so I'd completely forgotten. But the old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is tuned to match the snobbish taste of the annoyingly rich. You know, I never get why the rich need big houses. Do you think they're compensating for something? Come to think of it, I guess that makes George Aniki, Jessica, Maria, and me wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Needless to say, none of us think of ourselves that way at all. That's actually pretty nice. I don't see myself as being rich, and George Aniki, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Jessica is always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich. And Maria is still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. You know, they say more money means more problems. So, I can appreciate that these are pretty much young kids who really don't let their money take over their mindset. I think too often than not, we see a lot of characters who are like upper class that are really all about big money, big spending, and they just like to flaunt around with it like it's like they're God's gift to the world. So the fact that these characters are actually pretty reserved is pretty interesting. And I just remembered something. Ah, so that's how you do it. Ah, so that's how you do it. So this must be the family tree. Interesting. So there's Jessica, George, Badler, Maria, Rosa, Rudolph, Kire, Hideyoshi, Ava, and Kumasawa. Pretty cool people overall. Pretty neat. Alright. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. You all just chill out and listen to the music while we just stare at Badler for a very long and uncomfortable amount of time. Cool? Cool. Okay, and I'm back. Apologize for the long wait. Tried to grab some food while I was out. I was trying to make like a chicken shawarma kind of meal. There was a recipe I found that I really wanted to try out that had shawarma. I don't even know what it is. I never had one before, but I like it. Hold on, I need to send a message to someone real quick. Alright, I think we're good. How long have we been streaming for now? About 3.5 hours. Okay, I think we can still keep going. I think we can still keep going. We can keep this going. So let's go. Let's go. Was I supposed to do that? Does that attitude really make us less snobbish? I mean, if you don't really care about your money and you want to live your own life, I think that's safe to say that you're pretty well reserved. From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay bills, we really have been blessed with a lot. I mean, sure, but there also comes with their, what am I saying? Their own sort of like hindrances when it comes to wealth. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't. Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose from the parents you were born from. I didn't ask to be born into a rich family, and I don't think it's something to be envied. It can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits. Huh. You know, I never really thought of that. As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria started shouting and leaned over the railing. Alright, hold on. I need to blow my nose real quick. Alright, there we go. Sorry, I didn't want to be gross. I'm a gross enough person as it is, so I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Ooh. Gone. What's wrong, Maria? Did you drop something? Ooh. Gone. Gone. Ooh. Maria kept yelling, gone, gone. At first it sounded as though she had dropped something, but while she shouted, she also pointed over out to the ocean. What's wrong? What's gone? I'll look for it too if you want. What is it? Huh? If she dropped something, she probably would have looked down at the floor. But Maria was pointing out over the ocean. One would assume by that gesture that she had spotted something, but she kept saying that something wasn't there. Strange. What did she see? However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before Aniki, who comes here every year. Huh? If I remember correctly, wasn't there a torii or something on top of a small crag around here? Oh, a shrine. The shrine is gone. That's right, I was definitely there. I remember it well since, as we got closer to the island, it's the first thing that greeted us like a landmark. Wow, you're amazing, Battler. Even though it's been 6 years, you remembered. It was here, wasn't it? I remember too. The Tutelary God's shrine and that torii-like thing were standing all alone on that crag. And now that you mention it, they are gone, aren't they? I'm pretty sure they were still there last year. Gone. Gone. Maybe they were washed away by the waves or something. It was a small crag, so it probably got worn away over time. Well, that's my theory too. It was last summer that it disappeared. But they say an enormous lightning bolt came crashing down one evening and smashed the shrine. The fishermen whispered that having a thunderbolt fall upon our honored tutelary god must be a portent of approaching misfortune. Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Kumasawa-san smiled impishly as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together while intoning a Japanese phrase meant to ward off lightning. However, Maria apparently took this seriously. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. I had a sneezing fit. I tried to mute it before it got serious. Ugh. I hate seasonal allergies. Moving on. And stared fixedly over the ocean where the crag housing the shrine god was supposed to be. A portent of misfortune. Ooh. Enough, Kumasawa-san. Maria isn't old enough to get that kind of joke. It's okay, Maria-chan. It's just a coincidence. Nothing scary's gonna happen. George Haneke put a hand on Maria's shoulders to calm her down, but Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't waver. Misfortune. Misfortune. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria has had for a long time. However, since the word she was saying was literally an ill omen, it was a little bit creepy. Hey now, Maria. If you say it over and over like that, Misfortune will really end up happening, you know? I tapped on Maria's other shoulder. Maria whipped her head around, stared in my face, and spoke unblinkingly. Well, misfortune is coming? Huh? And just where is it coming from? I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. At that moment, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the cloud was still just a little cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaded than it had been this morning. That's right. They were saying a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if the storm doesn't pass quickly, we won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Well, I guess it makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent. Ooh. She apparently sensed some kind of misfortune in the cloudy sky. She's been muttering that non-stop for a while now. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. She's just about that age that many girls start to get excited about sixth senses and whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. For all we know, this might be due to her childish, sensitive nature. Or maybe something even bigger than that. Whew, okay, just need a little bit more. Nope, it's coming back. Ugh. Okay, now it's starting to come down. I am very sorry, guys. My allergies are always really bad this time of year when the flowers are starting to bloom. All the more reason to move to the city. No flowers, no sneezing. I hope. It's okay, Maria-chan. The weather might get worse tonight, but tomorrow will clear up and become a pretty blue sky. Oh, pretty blue sky. Ooh. That's right. By tomorrow, it'll be a pretty blue sky. There's no rain that doesn't end, and no clouds that never clear. Ooh. Rain that doesn't end. Clouds that never clear. Ooh. I know the typhoon's coming, but it'll go away soon. It'll be okay, Maria. Ooh. 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 Maria started yelling, ooh, ooh. It looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria so desperately trying to warn us about? Unable to understand her, we couldn't help but feel a vague sense of misfortune. I hear that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That must mean that Maria, the youngest one of all of us, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At that moment, Kumasawa-san quietly opened her mouth. Rumor has it that long ago, Rokenjima was... Kumasawa-san. Let's not talk about that now. Just as Kumasawa-san was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. Jessica's tone was extremely firm for her. I wanted to push her further, just out of simple curiosity. But judging on the look on Jessica's face, whatever Kumasawa Bachan was likely to say would probably have made Maria even more at ease. If I tried to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good that it wouldn't be anything bright and cheery. Oh, I do apologize about that. The wind here is hard to bear for the elderly, so if you will excuse me now. Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa-san finally realized that she'd been overstepping her bounds, she went back inside the boat. After she left, Uncle Hideyoshi showed up in her place. Since he'd arrived mid-conversation, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung about the scene. So he reflexively and unwittingly swept up that atmosphere aside. So in the end, it was his lack of tact that brightened up the mood. Looks like we're almost there. Okay, just a bit more. Took forever at the speed we went today, didn't it? Wonder whose fault that was. Uncle Hideyoshi, give me a break already. Oh, come on. Don't stop there. Seriously, thanks to Battler here, it's taking forever. Maria probably thought that everyone was refusing to listen to her. She hung her head, wearing a fretful expression. As she did, George Aniki crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke kindly to her. Maria-chan, there's nothing to be afraid of, because we're all together. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. Go ahead and say it. Ooh. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're together. Yes, there's nothing to be afraid of if we're all here with each other. That's right. Exactly what George Aniki said. If we stick together, there'll never be anything at all to be afraid of. Right, Jessica? Yeah, no doubt about that. What George Nissan says is always true, Maria. Oh, George Oni-chan always true. Yes, I don't lie. So trust me, there's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. George Oni-chan doesn't lie. I trust you. There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. Ooh, not afraid. Maria jumped into George's arms and hugged him tightly. Aww, that's cute. After Aniki pat her head, she jumped away again. Her facial expression had undergone a 180-degree change, turning back to normal. She was once again the ordinary Maria. Well, at least she didn't have that dark 1,000-yard stare that Rena and the others usually have when they go a little, I cannot whistle. Tried a strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. I kind of like the dark chocolate one better. It's really weird. My dad always liked Diet Dr. Pepper for some reason. I always thought it tasted like metal. And regular Dr. Pepper is so sweet that I can only have one at any given day. Stick to Coke. Or Gamer Subs, have Gamer Subs. I mean, the only reason I drank this is because there was a sale. So I was curious, and my curiosity got the better of me. Ooh. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. because we're together. Ooh. Yeah, that's it. You look all better now. You're strong, and that's awesome. Ooh. I'm awesome. Hey, now, what's going on here? Mia-chan didn't get seasick, did she? Something like that. We'll be arriving soon. The harbor was already drawing near. Oh, that's a pretty cool loading screen. So I guess not even the little kids are susceptible to that. What do we have here? A clock? Very interesting. The boat gave a big shudder. Welcome to Rokenjima. We do hope you enjoy your stay and this experience of a lifetime. Huh, I'm sure you will. Seems we docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped out to the pier with the mooring rope. A large man in a tuxedo was waiting for us there, with a warm smile. I didn't recognize his face, but judging by his clothes, I guess he was a servant of the Ushiromiya head household. Welcome home, milady. You were so late in returning that I began to worry. Aw, thanks for caring. This moron got so scared, like we had to slow down. It was seriously annoying. Shut up! Someday when the shoe's on the other foot, you'll remember this. Ugh. At this rate, word'll spread to the whole family, and I'll be the big conversation piece during dinner. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of the 6-year gap. But now I've given them an even juicier topic. Damn it. Why does the Ushiromiya head family have to live on this isolated island? Because they're rich? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came up from the inside of the boat. You must all be quite tired from your long trip. Madame, please allow me to assist you. Oh, thank you. It's been a while, Goda-san. How are you? I thank you for your concern. It is always my pleasure to serve. Battler-kun, isn't this your first time meeting Goda-san? If I'm not mistaken, you weren't working here 6 years ago, right? Indeed. So please allow me to greet him for the first time. It is an honor to meet you, Battler-sama. I'm pretty confident about my height, but you're huge. This is definitely our first time meeting. I never forget meeting a big guy like you. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler. I was looking forward to meeting you. I am Goda, your servant, and I have been working for the Ushiromiya head family since the year before last. Hey, Key, welcome on in. Hope you enjoy your stay. We were just starting up with Umineko, and so far, it's a pretty interesting story. The bougiest of visual novels, of course. So, make sure if you're all here, y'all dress up in your best dress. Formal wear and all that. It's a pretty hip crowd. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there is anything you need, please feel free to rely on me at any time. Koda-san, it's been some time. It has been too long, George-sama. Please, allow me to assist you. As usual, you're a pro at welcoming guests. If you ever need a job, just let me know, okay? I'd hire you anytime. You do me much honor. Please allow me to assist you, Hideyoshi-sama. Goda-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembark, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerism had a refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful, in contrast with his initial tough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression had led me to believe. He claimed to have served the island for 2 years, but he had doubtlessly worked a similar job somewhere before. After everyone disembarked, the mooring rope was untied, and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port on Nijima. The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria consistently waved her hand back. Now that I think about it, that must be why I felt something was out of place for a while. I can't hear the cries of the seagulls. Much like the cries of the higurashi, maybe? Makes you think. Ugh. I really hate my allergies. You guys don't even know. Alright, I think I'm ready now. Seagulls? The birds? If I remember correctly, whenever we came to this island in the past, the seagulls always greeted us with their meow, meow cries. Because of that, whenever I hear the cries of seagulls anywhere, I get the feeling that I'm coming to a family conference. Except for this small part of the island where those of the Ushiromiya head family live, Rokkenjima has been left uncultivated, which apparently makes it a paradise for wild birds. Supposedly, there was a cliff somewhere that housed a huge seagull colony, so this island was always full of seagulls. Not having those seagulls here to greet us made me feel a bit lonely. So let's see. Higurashi was the cicadas, and this one is the seagulls. And cicadas are usually most active during summer. Seagulls are usually very active for when very close to land on the sea. I guess there's some sort of symbolism there. What's wrong, Battler-kun? Oh, Aunt Rosa. Nah, it's just nothing really. I was just thinking it's a bit lonely without the cries of the seagulls. My, that's true now that you mentioned it. Even though they're always so nosy, today there isn't one to be seen. Ooh? Why no seagulls? Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a get-together somewhere too. Maria, did you want to see the seagulls? Wanted to see them. Still, it's a bit strange there isn't even a single one around. Maybe Jessica grilled them all and ate them. The hell? Don't say disturbing stuff like that. You'll get Maria believing it. Jessica Oni-chan grilled them. Jessica Oni-chan grilled them. I did not! I did not! Why the hell would I do something like that? That's right. That's right. Jessica grilled them. Skin and meatballs, livers and onions. Swim in meatballs, liver and onions. Ooh. As I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along looking like she was having fun. Ooh, I never guessed she was such a good sport. Alrighty then. From today on, I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed, looking overjoyed, possibly because she was happy about this little connection we made with each other. That's not it, Maria-chan. I've heard wild birds are attuned to the changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. The weather will probably get worse tonight. The seagulls might have returned to their nests early. Ooh? Not grilled? Jessica Oni-chan didn't grill them? No! I wouldn't do something like that. Battler, you admit it right now that you lied. Battler-kun, Maria-chan is a naive girl, so she takes even jokes seriously. You should choose your jokes more carefully. George Anaki gently scolded me. Even though I outstripped Anaki in height, Anaki was Anaki, of course. There was no choice but to obediently apologize. Sure, my bad. Maria, that was a joke. The seagulls are taking it easy in their nests today, that's all. Battler lied. George Oni-chan told the truth. Had she actually been tricked despite all the fun she was having? Her pure eyes made me feel guilty. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all. Yeah, that's right. What George Anaki said is true. The weather's bad, so they probably went home for the day. It doesn't mean they're gone. Right, Aunt Rosa? And that's right. Tomorrow when the weather gets better, I'm sure I'll come back so we can hear them cry meow, meow, like they always do. Ooh. I'll wait until the weather gets better and they come back. Gonna wait until tomorrow. Gonna wait until the weather is better. Ooh. Maria was in a lighter mood and was looking forward to tomorrow, when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. Still, George Anaki was really amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Anaki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Anaki, that's probably your gift. George-kun is amazing at taking care of young kids. If he wanted to, I'll bet you'd do great with a job in childcare, don't you think? Yeah, it's almost like George Nissan was born to do something like that. Personally, I think it'd suit you better than doing business in some company president's office. Oh no. Childcare is a fine career path, but it's not a job where merely liking children is enough. You really are modest, George-kun. But Battler-kun is quite good with children too. Just a second ago, even though I didn't think it last long, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun. Please keep on playing with her just like you did now. Just choose your jokes more carefully, okay? Aunt Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. She's a real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy to see Maria having fun. Come on, Rosa. And you brats too, what the hell are you doing? Let's get going. Okay, we're coming. The old bastard was waving for us to hurry up. Yeah, we need to get moving. We might as well have this conversation after setting our luggage down in our rooms. Now then, everyone, allow me to lend you to the guest house, where you'll be spending the night. Please, this way. Goda-san called to everyone and led the way. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. I wonder what kind of house this is. A lot of stairs. A serpentine twisting path led us through a dim forest. It ran up a bit uphill. I guess the path was made all twisty to the slope. Wouldn't seem so steep. But personally, I'd have been happier if they had the guts to make some stairs in a straight line. Why can't you people ever make stairs right? What's wrong with you rich people? Make stairs right. No doubt they made the path twist on purpose to put on airs of distance and importance. So, you mean they wanted to measure how long their wiener is? I guess that makes sense. If I was a rich person, I'd probably have that same kind of mentality too. That way I can say, hey, look how big my dick is. I can make a long winding path and run up 2 miles uphill. I bet you can't do that with your house. I have no idea what the hell I just said. Before long, we saw garden-style stone steps. From here on, I do have some memories. Going up these, and at the top of the stone steps, we saw a beautiful guest house. Its facade was lovely, of course, but more importantly, we couldn't enter its doors without having our hearts stolen away by the splendor of the beautiful rose garden spreading before it. It's just as beautiful as ever this year. A real delight for the eyes. After climbing up the stone steps, the people greeted by this rose garden gave voice to their impressions one by one. Is it me? Or are these flowers a little less lively this year? It's probably because it wasn't that hot this summer. I also believe that was a factor. Sadly, this year's blooming is a tad inferior when compared to last year's. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remembered that even 6 years ago, huge numbers of roses had greeted us every year. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rokenjima. Even our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but give voice to their admiration. In fact, it seemed to have undergone a power-up from the garden in my memories of 6 years ago. This place is always so amazing. It would be wonderful to have a rose garden like this at home. Give it up. Who do you think would take care of it? Roses are a real pain, with bugs and diseases to worry about. Well, from what I've heard, Kirei-Ni-san takes care of her roses every day and makes sure no bugs get anywhere near it, right? Huh? What are you talking about? That's right. Though in this person's case, the rose goes after the insects like some nasty carnivorous plant. Oh, so that's what you mean. Come on, Rosa, can't you give it a rest for today? I put that sort of thing completely behind me. I wonder. After all, you are a womanizer on almost a genetic level. No need to worry, Rosa-san. Whenever a rose gives you too much trouble, it's always best to snip it at the root. Such frightening talk this is. Guys who are more popular with the ladies always forced to live dangerously. I'm sure hope I turn out a bit prettier in my next life. Hideyoshi-Nissan, like I keep saying, it isn't like that at all. And Kirei, stop it, you're freaking me out. You made my rose wilt. Is he talking about his penis? I feel like he's talking about his penis. Hey, Maria-chan, look over here. These roses are especially magnificent. Magnificent roses? Mmm. Mmm. Smells pretty sweet. Look, this suits my elegance perfectly. Hey, cut it out. Maria's gonna be intimidated by you and get hurt by the thorns. She yelled at me as I leaned in to smell the roses scent with an exaggerated gesture. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every gesture and George Aniki smiling broadly at us. Hey now, Maria-chan, be careful. Rose thorns can hurt. George Oni-chan, only this rose is strange. Strange? What's wrong? Maria pointed to a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, one single rose was starting to wilt. There wasn't any peculiar reason. Some roses flourished and others wilt. That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about the only unhealthy one in the group. It must have made her feel lonely. So you feel sad for this rose because it's the only one that isn't healthy? Oh, the others are all healthy, but this one's sad. Well, they all bloom and wither at their own paces. I bet this one is just starting to wilt early because it got to bloom before any of the others. Yeah, that's right. It's probably just bloomed like crazy, fulfilled its duty, and went to sleep. You shouldn't get so worked up about it. Oh. It seemed that Maria's pure, sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that wilted alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her. Then Maria-chan, why don't you look after this rose until we leave? George Aniki straightened up and felt around his pocket. He then took out a wrapper from the candy he had been sucking on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string and gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker. Hey, that's pretty cute. Let's mark it with this. Later on, you can come and give it some water. I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy. Come to give it water. I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name. I'm sure it'll make it happy, and you'll get to know it a little better. A name? A name. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki. I really appreciate it in someone who really knows how to brighten the mood, even when it seems like there's nothing to be done. George Nissan has always been really understanding. Can't help but respect him. Yeah, I guess he was just born that way. We gotta start picking up tips. Was this garden just as magnificent when y'all were kids? It was only after I stopped living here that it grew so big. Before that, the garden was simpler, though I'm still attached to that one. Nissan fiddled with it too much, with that vaguely bad taste of his. I liked it much better before. Eva, you gotta start thinking positive. Setting aside how it used to look, its beauty now is something to be admired. You'll be able to relax a lot better if you look at it that way. I didn't mean it like that. I was just saying that I wanted you to see this garden the way it was before, too. Everyone, if you would please, I shall guide you to your rooms now. Goda-san called to everyone to ask if they were ready, but our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden that none of us had seen for a year, so we didn't pay much attention to him. Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't like we had strict schedules to follow. Besides, our parents were visiting their old home full of nostalgia, It wasn't like they had to let themselves to be urged on by anyone or anything. Understanding the situation, Goda-san continued to wait, smiling widely until our parents got tired of the roses and told him to guide us to our rooms. I do admire a butler who has that kind of patience. Oh? Hey. If it isn't Canon-kun. It's been so long, how you doing? Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. Whoa, who's this? She looks cute. In the direction he was waving was a slender boy. That's a boy? Huh. Wow. My confusion has hit me once again. I am an idiot. I have no excuse. Meeting him after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled up garden tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took off his hat, and bowed his head. Good afternoon. I figured he was probably younger than me, and I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was another servant. He greeted us in the response to Uncle Hideyoshi's call, but he seemed like he might be pretty unsociable most of the time. Probably. It was a greeting that lacked feeling. When Goda-san noticed our interest had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us. Battler-sama, allow me to introduce to you. This is one of the servants of the Ushiromiya head household. Kenon-san, greet our guests. I'm pleased to meet you. I am the servant, Kenon. Yep. My first impression wasn't wrong. He is an edgelord. He seemed to be unsociable, or at least not good at talking. Compared to Goda-san, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant, you couldn't help but feel an inexperience typical of his age. When Goda-san urged him in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kenon only cast his eyes downward. Kenon-san, could you perhaps give them a little more of a greeting? No, because we are furniture. He didn't seem to refusing to greet us out of spite. Rather, he seemed to have fallen silent because he didn't know what else to say to us in a greeting. Well, Kenon-kun's shy and doesn't tend to talk very much. He might not be that sociable, but deep down he's a really good person. Don't get him wrong. You've been working here for 3 years, haven't you? Pretty sure you started a year before Goda-san, right? Even though he wasn't exactly giving a terrible first impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see. Apparently his unsociable nature causes him a lot of trouble. Okay then. Nice to meet you. I'm Battler. I'm 18. How old are you? He felt silent, as though whether or not it was a question he'd have to answer. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead. If I remember correctly, Canon's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right? Yes, that's correct. It looks like he would have preferred not to tell us his age if given the choice. That was probably because he thought we'd look down on him for it. I remember that when I was around his age. I hate being asked how old I was by adults. I see. 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. Which means I probably asked something I shouldn't have. I'm glad you're about our age. Just be cool and call me Battler. And I'll call you Canon. Thank you very much. But the sentiment alone is sufficient. Battler-sama. Jessica looked panicky for some reason. She seemed to think my impression of Canon was getting worse because of his refusal. Well, as a girl, Jessica probably couldn't understand the fretful male heart at his age. As his elder, even by just 2 years, I took it upon myself to be understanding of that. Canon-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous? A smiling face is also part of a servant's duty. My apologies. I shall make an effort. Goda-san, Kanan-kun is trying his best, yes? It looks like he was often warned about being unsociable, and apparently he hadn't improved one bit. Goda-san kept his business smile, but let a small sigh of resignation escape. Well then, I still have work to do. If you'll excuse me. It looked like Canon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another perfectionary bow, he turned around and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. Just then, the wheelbarrow suddenly wobbled and fell, scattering the load. I guess the wheelbarrow's single wheel got caught on a pebble and lost its balance. What do you think you're doing? Now, clean it up quickly. Goda-san urged him to hurry in a quiet voice, as though hinting it was shameful for a servant to appear clumsy in front of his guests. Ah, come on! There's no need to make him feel bad for that, it's just a simple mistake. Anyone could have made it. Anybody could have made a mistake like that. Lord knows I've made my own mistakes before. Kanan-kun wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects, as if to say that he understood quite well without being told. He seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels, and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some of the sacks of fertilizer. Are you okay? You're so careless. Here. Milady, you will dirty your garments. Please, leave this to us. With a smooth motion, Goda took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. Behind him, Canon was having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer. Ooh. You'll dirty your garments? Don't worry, the ones I'm wearing aren't that expensive. Besides, I hate guys who just sit there and make the waitress pick up the fork they dropped at the restaurant. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me it was a piece of cake. Canon looked at me surprised. It was the face of someone who never would have expected to receive help from a guest. Battler-sama, don't worry about it. I will take care of everything, so don't you worry. I may not look it, but I got it where it counts. Since Kanan-kun looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt, he was stuck with a sort of weak body. This kind of weight might have been too much for him. It's quite heavy. It's natural that would be difficult for you. Don't worry about it, Kanan-kun. Okay, my time to shine. This makes up for the both stuff before, right? Ha! As if this can make up for freaking out like that. Later, I'll tell you about it too, Kanan-kun. Balor was totally hilarious. Gonna fall. Ooh. As I did this, I piled all the stuff back into the wheelbarrow. I beg you for your forgiveness, for letting you witness such unsightliness. Come now, that's quite enough. Please go. Letting the guests who were supposed to feel welcome see such a disgraceful thing must have been hideously embarrassing for a servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and go, Kanon left. You're too harsh on him, Goda-san. Shouldn't you have helped him instead of being a bully? That was wrong of me. I deeply implore your forgiveness. Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly. Kanan-kun has a ton of things he's good at too. It's just being young works against him all the time. It's a crying shame. Well, it's a prickly age. Let's just let them be. After all, closed-mouthed servants are the best kind. Isn't that right, Kumasawa-san?
Rudolph-sama, you're truly harsh. There are no servants as silent as me, of course.
Everyone smiled wearily at that obvious lie. Even she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. So she must have said it to lighten the mood. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa-chan used to be. The once stiff atmosphere had cleared up once again thanks to her cheerful smile. I like to set down our luggage soon. Goda-san, what rooms are we all to take? It shall be the same as the previous year. Allow me to guide you. Please, this way. We headed towards a trim, elegant, simple guest house. This is going to be our temporary quarters for the night. Someone's brooding. Kenan watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. Then he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizers piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. The sacks Kenan couldn't lift himself, as if they were feathers. It would have been extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Kenan. But as far as you can tell by watching him hang his head, there was obviously something that he couldn't just let go of. Muttered words escaped his lips. But those words he muttered were so soft that they didn't even reach his own ears. Even I. Kenan hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. Aw, he feels bad. I guess he's a little jealous of Battler's strength. I remember the Rose Garden, but I don't remember this guest house at all. Was it built recently? Tororian Visitor's Retreat was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it the guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house, which stood overlooking the roses, had a magnificent design carefully done in harmony with the garden. Correct. It was built in the year before last. Ever since then, they had us sleep over here. This place is more fun than that junky old mansion you knew. I wish my room was over here. Ooh. I want a room here too. I want one. I guess you could say my own house was upper class, but to me, it felt completely ordinary compared to the head family. The display of wealth was shocking, as was the fact that they had built this kind of awesome guest house for guests who came here only a few times a year. Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, please do make use of this room. Rudolph-sama, Kire-sama, please take this room here. I really do love how beautiful and elegant this place is. Western-style architecture truly is wonderful. I mean, if we're talking about European architecture, definitely for sure. I've always been a fan of French Rococo styles. I'm really jealous, George Nissan. Your parents get along well, don't they? Mine are so frosty. Then again, they're always in sync when it comes to my grades. All the rooms seem to be for 2 people. I was grateful since I wasn't going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard, under the pretext that they were family. And anyway, I figured those two wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around. What's with that creepy smile? You're thinking about something dirty, aren't you? Something dirty? Of course not. Please enjoy your stay.
Ow! 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 That hurts, you old bastard!
Once again, Dad pulled my ears from behind. Cut the crap. I'm getting a stomachache and I'm not in the mood for this. You're the guest of honor this time around, so play as nice as possible with Dad and Anaki and the rest. At the very least, be careful what you say in front of Dad, got it? Because wisecracks don't go too well with him. Jessica-chan, what's the head's mood been like lately? Same as last year, I guess. Considering that he's got 3 months left to live, he's as lively, grumpy, and irritable as possible. Meaning this year he's in his usual bad mood. And as usual, the only one who's able to look after him is Genchi-san?
It seems the master will open his heart to no one else. Lately, us small people have not been granted an audience with him.
He shut himself in his study again, probably done nothing but that weird black magic of his. What he does for a hobby is his own damn business. But when he starts stinking up the house, it really gets on my nerves. I wish he'd never come out of that study again. You shouldn't talk like that about the elderly. We're all indebted to him since he rebuilt the Ushiromiya family. We should be a little more grateful. Well, sorry. After being rebuked by George Anaki, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Ushiromiya family was wealthy beyond belief, but of course, that meant all its members were a bit strange and completely out of touch with the world at large. I think any family who's that wealthy would probably be that out of touch. And at the very top of the chain, the family head, our grandfather, seemed especially strange and terrifying, even for our family. Dad said he was getting a stomachache earlier, and I imagine that reflected the honest feelings of all the adults here today. No doubt they were jealous of us grandchildren who could just play around and laugh without a care. From the stories Dad told me, the family head was a violent man who ruled with his fists, beating his children, even his daughters, mercilessly with a wooden sword. Jesus. That's a little, much. Well, if he was so strict and uptight about that, why couldn't he have a little more conservative with his kids' names? Because of that, even us grandkids had to suffer. Anyway, I can't say I have any trouble believing those terrifying stories about him. I don't remember meeting him very often, but I think I recall him looking extremely grumpy all the time, always making people cower with that sharp gaze of his. I remember that room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me. 6 years ago, I was in elementary school, but I'm a high schooler now. If I act up, things could get serious. Ooh, scary. He does look frightening, but he's not so terrifying that you need to tense up like that. Nothing of what he says is truly unreasonable. He may be clumsy at talking, but he's a very logical person. But George, Nissan, you've been the family darling since like forever because of how awesome your grades are, right? Grandfather treats us completely different. I've even got slapped with a wooden sword. On my ass. My ass. On my maidenly, innocent ass. Well, you're the heiress of the head family, Jessica-chan. Grandfather is giving you special attention. You gotta realize that his strictness reflects on his high hopes for you. Oh, come on. Seriously, I could just turn the succession over to you, George Nissan. It's a bit of a heavy burden for me to carry. I think I already said it before, but Jessica's the girl heir to the head family. We're only cousins in branch families, so she probably feels a totally different sort of pressure than we do. Ooh? Jessica Oni-chan, is that heavy? If I help hold it, will it get lighter? Thanks. It's okay. I'm not gonna push it on you, Maria. I'm gonna bear this cross until my grave. Don't worry. She was grateful for Maria's innocent concern, but Jessica's face still seemed to contain some of the uneasiness she felt towards the future. Maybe we were in the same boat. Any high schooler with exams approaching would have trouble hiding their anxiety for the future. Maria, come here. You and I will be in this room. Battler-kun, and heard you're going to be with me in this room here. Oh? Now there's a surprise. It's a bit bigger than our usual parents' room. Dang! Well, I figured if we cousins would want all to hang out together, so I told them to get a bigger room ready. Ooh, I like it here more too. I'd rather be here than with Mama. Ooh. Oh, you like it better here too, Maria? Okay, this is George's and mine's, but we'll give you a special permission to come in. Better keep it a secret from your mom, okay? Ooh, it's a secret. Aunt Rosa was right behind us, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. She is so cute. After setting down their luggage in their rooms, our parents had gathered again in the corridor. Hey, what are you black rats planning to do? Are you cousins just gonna stay here and chat? It seems they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally, they would make us follow them and greet everyone together, but if that had been the case, Dad would have just told us to come and that'd be the end of it. He's saying it's okay if we don't come, so what'll we do? Well, it's gonna be lunchtime before long anyway. Better let the kids unwind here. Besides, if worse comes to worse, this might be their last chance to play outdoors. Ooh, I'll go too. Maria, you house sit for Mama, okay? Behave yourself and wait here. Aww. Since Maria was being told to house sit here, we certainly couldn't leave her on her own. George Anaki noticed this immediately and gave a clear reply for all of us cousins. Well then, we'll accept your offer and house sit. We got lots of stories to tell each other after being away for a year. That sounds wonderful. And Battler-kun has 6 years worth of stories to tell, doesn't he? Yeah. I'll take care of the house like a good boy. Kumasawa-san, I'm gonna stay here too. We'll break rank and leave the rest to the adults. Perhaps that would be best. I'll report it to Madam. Then allow me to guide you all to the mansion. This way, please. The other children are one thing, but George is getting to be an adult. Wouldn't it be better if he came with us? If we make him come, then poor George will be the only one out of place. Interacting with his cousins is also important. Okay, see you later. The adults left one after another. They left in the same formation as our trip from the harbor, with Goda-san leading and Kumasawa-san taking up the rear. As we gathered in the room assigned to his cousins, George Anaki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults, and seemed to ask her something. He soon finished his business and came back. What's up, Anaki? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask her something.
Ooh? Tell me too. Tell me too.
What could George Nissan be asking Kumasawa-san and not me, I wonder? I don't have a clue. No, it's a misunderstanding. Not that I know what you're misunderstanding. Anaki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It was almost as though he felt guilty about something, and Jessica knew exactly what he was worried about. At any rate, it's no fun if Jessica gets to know about it and not me. Spill the beans! Hey, Maria. It looks like we're the only two out of the loop, right? Don't you want to know what they're talking about?
Ooh. We want to know too. We want to know too. Ooh.
I fooled around with the ooh-ing together with Maria.
No, I'm telling you, it's no big deal.
Liar. I'm surprised you tell such a terrible lie, Anaki. Confess. Maria, you tickle his right side, I'll tickle his left.
Ooh. I got his right side, Balor's got his left. Ooh.
Oh, wait a second. Wait, you two. Stop. Maria and I played around chasing George Anaki as he tried to escape, rolling on the bed. I realize high schoolers aren't supposed to bounce around like kittens, but I still miss this kind of fun. A warm, cozy kind of fun.
George Nissan, what were you asking Kumasawa-san?
Well, I've got a good guess. It's been a year since he last visited the head family. Who knows what servants might have come and gone during that time. Either way, it looks like he'd like to go and say hi.
Ooh? Say hi? I want to say hi too.
What the hell? There's nothing to feel guilty about, Anaki. I'm not buying it. Maria, don't be fooled. Anaki's still hiding something. More torture.
Stop it, seriously. Maria-chan, stop. You too already.
She's probably busy cleaning or getting lunch ready.
Don't worry, she'll drop by to say hi sooner or later. I'll bet you'd rather be welcomed in by Shannon instead of that nosy Goda.
Shannon?
Yeah, I remember a girl with that name.
Is she still a servant? How's she doing? So it seems like there's another servant, huh? I really like the violin in this game. By the way, Natsuhi Nissan, how's your headache been lately? It seems pretty serious before. Aw, look at her. She looks so adorable with that hair.
I have been much better lately. Thank you for your concern. Oh, right. Here, a present for you, Natsuhi Nissan. Thank you very much. I'm always receiving gifts from you. Is this black tea? It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon balm. It's a blend from a well-known store, and it's supposed to be good for headaches. I thought it might help you, too.
Rosa was always a conscientious woman. Probably because she was the youngest of four and much younger than the other three. She managed to grow up without gaining the venomous nature of her siblings. Her kind words got to Natsuhi to soften her expression for just a moment. But it wasn't enough to melt her stony gaze, hardened as it was by the long years of mental stress.
Come to think of it, you're always complaining about those headaches. Pull yourself together. Jessica-chan has her exam this year, right? That's going to be a turning point in her life. Will she really be able to rely on you as a mother if you're like that? Besides, Natsuhi-san, you're 3 years younger than me. You should be getting your act together. I apologize. I've had a tendency for headaches all my life. Hey, no need to shame her for that. If she's sick, she's sick. There's no need to make her feel bad about it. Even under normal circumstances, Ava sometimes failed to choose her words carefully. But her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice, though she hid it with a smile. Of course, that fact didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Ava. Our battler-kun will have his exam this year too. Rudolph-san, shouldn't you be a little concerned as well? For the sake of your own son, you better get serious to a point of having headaches like Natsui-Nisan. If I say anything, he automatically rebels. So what should I say? Should I say the opposite? That it's okay for him to mess around? That'd probably be the only way I could get him to listen to me. Hideyoshi-Nisan, George did really well in his exams, right? Please, you gotta teach me the trick of handling children. Well, it's probably because I got him to understand why he should study. Studying isn't worth anything on its own. That's right. The real point of studying is to practice researching stuff on your own whenever you bump into something you don't know. If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society. I'm not talking about math or writing. You gotta learn how to learn.
You know, that's a pretty good way of looking at it. There's some things that you can't really learn at a school that can prepare you for the life that you're about to take. You can actually learn a lot from experience. So I think in that way, studying actually prepares you for that kind of life. That is splendid. I wish our Jessica could understand that as well. If she is to be the heiress of the Ushiromiya family, then at this rate... Do you really have to force her into becoming the successor? After all, a woman has to find a woman's happiness. Parents shouldn't force such a thing on their children, don't you think? Hold your horses, Ava. Each family has its own way of raising their kids. You shouldn't be pushy. I'm sorry. Natsuhi-Nisan, don't take it the wrong way. Though the light shining through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood about the room, which was probably causing headaches for more than just Natsui. As to sweep that mood away, Kirei brightly made a suggestion to all present. Still, this black tea has a really lovely aroma. Let's drink it right away. In Japan, surely you couldn't find something like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right? I see you know quite a lot about Kirei-Nisan. I guess it was worth going to the trouble of buying it. Kirei and Rosa stood up from their seats and made it as if to prepare the black tea, but Natsui forestalled them. I thank you both, but we can try that later. One of our people will be coming soon to bring the tea, so please relax. Leave it for later, you two. Let's enjoy our welcome drink. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kirei and Rosa understood that instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The initial greeting of the guests was complete, so it was time for them to be served some tea. It was embarrassing for the host that the tea was late, especially now that the guests were talking about making tea themselves. Natsui bit her lower lip, frustrated by the ineptitude of the servants who were late bringing the tea. Seeing her face, Eva immediately started to giggle. She does not like her at all. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. She came pushing a servant's cart piled up with teacups. For no apparent reason, Natsui gave her a pained look, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong. Aww, she looks so cute. Look at her. Excuse me. Your tea is ready.
Oh, Shannon-chan. It's been a while. You keep getting prettier every time I see you.
Thanks. Save the chatting for after you set the table. The tea will get cold. I apologize, madam. She apologized like a small, frightened animal, bumped against the serving cart, and made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness made Natsui's expression turn even more darker, which made Shannon quail even more. Come on, Natsui-ni-san. There's nothing wrong with her exchanging a few words in greeting. The tea must be plenty cold already, considering we've been kept waiting. There's no need to worry. It's not cold yet. Shannon, finish setting the table quickly. I'm sorry, madam. Natsui's irritation was obvious by now. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsui's everyday leadership, making her lose face. I mean, that is a fair point. Who's in charge of the servants? If the one who's hosting is having a hard time reining in their servants, they're pretty much at fault as much as them. Actually, probably more so, since they're not doing their job seriously. Lay off, Natsui-ni-san. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shannon-chan when she's trying her best? I'm not bullying anyone. What a nice aroma. May I ask what brand this is? I'm terribly sorry. I'll find out for you later. Kirei was trying to be nice, hoping to cut through the tense mood. However, Shannon had embarrassed herself instead, darkening Natsui's face in the room's mood. By this point, Eva was audibly giggling. What's this? Shannon-chan, don't you even know what you're pouring us? Come now, you mustn't serve something so suspicious to guests. We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we can drink this. I'm sorry. I'll go get one immediately. Shannon-chan, do you know what silver spoons are used for? They have to be silver. Do you know why? No. A teasing smile rose to Ava's face as she stared at Shannon setting the table. By itself, Ava's expression was sweet in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held the keenness with a razor within them. Shannon tried all her might to avoid Eva's continuous gaze. Realizing that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa gave some timely help. They say that if silver is touched by poison, it darkens. Guess you've learned something today, Shannon-chan. They were acting as though this tea needed to be tested for poison before it could be drunk. In Natsui's eyes, this was both an insult to both the tea and to herself for serving it. Rudolph laughed flippantly and patted Ava's shoulders. Silver cutlery wouldn't do good for any of you, Aniki. Just one lick of your poisonous tongue, and even a silver plate would turn pitch black.
Since I get to hear that poisoned tongue every day, I must be poison-proof by itself by now. Ava, I don't mind when you use it on me, but you better hold back when you're talking to people who haven't built up a resistance.
My, how cruel.
All I did was teach Shannon-chan a bit about tea, didn't I? Everyone followed by the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh, and chuckled, though not so easily. Only Natsuhi didn't join in, but for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistakenly for a lively, friendly chat. As Shannon finally kept finishing setting the tea table and tried to leave, Kire apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downwards as she pushed the cart down the corridor. Anyone seeing the pitiful way she looked might easily conclude that she'd been bullied in some way. Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Nissan. You were watching? That's my role. Madam and Ava-sama can go to hell. But the worst coward is that guy. Ganon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. The preparations for the tea had been delayed by some trifling problems in the kitchen. These problems were not Shannon's fault. In fact, it had been Goda's mistake. After all, there was no way a show-off like Goda would be able to give up a flashy job like bringing in tea when the guests would arrive. He had ended up wasting time preparing the tea once again. So when he realized he wouldn't be able to score any points for the job, he pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. You might call it a clever move on his part, but there could be no doubt that it was a cowardly one. Dick move, Goda. Really dick move. The poor girl was scared stiffless. It's okay, Kanon-kun. Thanks. I'm not bothered by it at all. Kanon's silence vividly expressed the distance between Shannon's words and how she actually felt. Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I feel a bit better. You keep your feelings too bottled up, Nissan. You should be less hard on yourself for once. Yeah, thanks. Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. A middle-aged man stood there. It was Genji, the head servant. What are you doing there? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen. Yes, if you'll excuse me. Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made a push to the cart and leave. However, Kanon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. What is it? Did something happen? Shannon didn't do anything wrong. But even so, they... Stop it, Kanon-kun. Please excuse me. I'll return to work immediately. Kanon-kun, you should go back to your post too. Please. If you say so, Nissan. If that is all, then go. Yes, if you'll excuse me. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched them over. It was Kumasawa. Poor Shannon-san and Kanon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. Still, Goda's dislike for them is an undeniable fact. Until Goda-san was taken in by the Yoshiromiya head family, I heard he worked for a fabulous hotel somewhere. The manner he worked, he learned there, was quite impressive, I believe. It's just that Goda-san is the newest servant here. He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous positions. Because Shannon-san and Kanon-kun, seniors here at the mansion, and yet are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has. He picks on them in every chance he gets. Also, as sad as it may be, they are disliked by Madame Natsui, too. Of course, if we're talking about job experience, the Madam has been in the family much longer. And yet, there's this one point where I cannot help but sympathize with the Madam as well. Truly, the Master is a man with many sins on his conscience. Why didn't he realize that such a trifling whim of his would give the Madam such an inferiority complex? Of course, on the inside, even the Madam is fully aware that those two don't deserve to be treated so harshly. However, the heart has the reason no one knows not. I feel sorry for them. I can't do anything but watch over them from the shadows.
Huh. What? Midnight? Okay, that was a bit unexpected. Okay. Alright, it's already pretty late, so let's see. I'm actually gonna save it here. I hate to end it like this, but unfortunately I'm out of time. It's already late, and I'm already tired, and very, very hungry. But, in any case, I can see why people are liking Umineko, and I can really appreciate it for what it is. It's pretty text-heavy, and has a little much going on for it that I probably don't understand, but I really do like the dynamic and its use of storytelling. So I gotta say, pretty good job, Rukishi. So, we'll definitely pick this up, for sure. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We might do Omori, but we'll see how much time I have. And on that note, my throat is in so much pain right now that you can literally take sandpaper to it. So, I think I'm gonna have some dinner, drink a nice hot cup of tea, and take some time to rest. Let's see, who's streaming right now? Let me send you guys over to someone. I want to see who's streaming at the moment. Peony is actually streaming today, so we'll give her a little raid. That should be pretty fun. So, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. We'll definitely pick this up next time. Really enjoying both Higurashi and Umineko, so this is definitely interesting. So thank you all so much, and as always, respect the classics.